in the first year and then it kind of smooths out.
It doesn't have to be, but it tends to be that way. Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
the process
Step
of
step.
Is that the theory? of the process?
No.
the reason that the values are so different the first year here is because it's so long overdue. It's just an area of maintenance in our system that hasn't been done for almost 20 years. And so it's
So
like
you're ripping
ripping the Band-Aid,
Yeah.
but as far as like how that gets
Okay.
executed, yeah, it's a little bit
Okay. Call for order of the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District. It is August the 11th at 8:35. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protests. First protest, as I understand it, is 1817.
that's the affidavit. I had.
What's by affidavit?
No.
Oh, okay.
So I met somebody once who wasn't teaching an income class, he was teaching one of the later stages of appraisal courses. And he had done the thing where people had never done income valuations and started doing it.
You ready?
He had gone
Yeah.
from place to place to place, like, set him up in this county, that county, that county. It's such a, like people don't want to do it, and it's hard and it's complicated, that he's become like he's the guy who's willing to do it for the first year or two. And then after that, you just train people to do it.
Big swings in industry.
Uh,
So it seems like it would just.
it does, yeah.
Morning. Pretty
Good
good.
morning. Good.
Uh,
Well, we haven't had breakfast yet, so it's not that good yet.
Get coffee?
Not enough.
Oh.
I only had one cup. That's really not.
This is Aransas Marine Ways Incorporated.
See, yes.
It's about all the Spanish I know.
Yeah.
Well, I deal with a combination of Spanish and
And your name,
sometimes I have to, and I forget, and I just pops off, sorry.
and your name is
It's Paula Hill.
Paula. Okay.
And this is 1270.
1817, top of page 3.
Okay, Paula, we have some administrivia we need to go through before we get started. Just follow along with me and we'll have some questions toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case 1817. Account 46594. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
Okay. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is the four of us around the table. Eamon is the representative for the district. This guy, don't worry about him. He's just, he just twiddles the keys.
Oh, wait a minute. So you all have one of those ornamental pieces in here.
He's a good guy, so we keep him around. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. And it will also contain instructions and information about how you can appeal further if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I built up, you solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Eddie, somebody to sign it. What it's for.
What's your affiliation with the company?
Under control.
That's what you representing the company. Do y'all want something?
It's a working shipyard. There, it had to be me represented. this
Yeah,
morning.
the problem is you didn't sign the protest form.
Well, the property owner is Aransas Marine Ways Incorporated. So anybody who's authorized to represent Aransas Marine Ways Incorporated, it's a single legal body, like a husband-wife duo. The husband signs the protest form, the wife can still do the hearing. If we're concerned whether or not she has credentials to represent Aransas Marine Ways, that would be a legitimate question, but I've spoken with her before. She's been my point of contact for doing this, so
Okay,
I would assume, yeah,
all right.
put that on me. If she doesn't work for Aransas Marine Ways, like blame me.
Okay.
I promise you, I work there. The man has to pay me. And I can sign the
Right.
protest form on the bottom of his if you like, in my capacity as what I.
Her to swear in.
We're good.
Okay. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Paula Hill, and I am the controller.
I am a person who solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Paula, I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, or I wouldn't be working at a shipyard. Let's be honest, guys, come on.
I don't know, you ought to talk to these guys. Maybe you got a good deal now.
I'm very welcome.
Mercy. You have maybe you don't. Do you have, yeah, you do. There's a piece of paper under a Mylar cover there, underneath yours. There you go. That's the procedure we're going to follow throughout the hearing. And you'll notice there's two major columns because you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
I'll let the district speak first, since this is the first time I've ever done this.
Okay,
Okay, this is account 46594. It is a warehouse and shipyard in Conground Harbor. It's leased from the city of Aransas Pass. The market value last year was $102,000 on the nose. The value this year, it was noticed at $434,500. The land leasehold value is $11,840. That is the amount of the annual lease on the property. The
What value?
11,840. That's not how much the lease is every year?
No,
How much is the lease every year?
it's $5,500 every month.
Well, is that to the city?
Yes,
Really?
we pay, yeah, it kicks our ass.
So what,
Where did they get that kind of money? Because that damn sure is nothing.
well, that suppose, these were all, every land leasehold for a public entity was checked about 2.5 years ago, just after the storm. And they said, let's go through and get all the legal documents and see what everything says. But okay, that's high. That's high. Because typically these leases are extremely long-term and they're kind of nominal. And the value that they exchange for is pretty high as a result, and you have to pay the city when somebody vacates. But what do you think that lease is covering? Is it getting you the building and the land maybe, or?
We own the building.
You own the building, so it's just the land,
That's
5,500 a
strictly
month.
the land, and they want us to leave. But we have a 10-year lease and it runs out
Wow.
in about 8.5 years. And they would like us to leave so they could put condos there.
Sounds like the Ave district.
I'm sorry, but that is exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No,
That's
no,
okay, that's okay.
Franchise.
But the lease is $5,500 a month.
What do you think your building is?
That's true. Really what it's listed at, because
Which is
we
what?
102, it was like 102,000 if you wanted to knock it up, because I added some value I replaced my storm door because I had to,
Right.
because of the security issue. I also have replaced some windows that were broken out, but I have buku of work still to do on the building.
Right.
But we're working shipyard, and let's be honest, as long as I can work in this 8x10 cubicle area, and there's a kitchen for the coffee pot, that's all they care about, because the guys are in the yard.
Right.
We're trying to get our income back up again because we were shut off for quite some time right after the storm.
Right. Right.
And it's taken a while to recover, and then we lost one of our members of the team. She was 96 years old and came to work every day.
Wow.
And she just died in June. And so we're kind of reassessing where everything is. But it has improved and we are getting better. But it is a working shipyard, and the building there, he's not gonna put any money into the building right now because we need to put it into the mint.
Right.
And you are welcome, I've got pictures, but you are welcome to come out and view the building, walk the yard and see what we're talking about. It's different when, this is a pretty picture, I gotta tell you guys, that's awesome. Because if I could sell that property based on this, we could freaking walk away with $1.5 million, easy. Problem is, that ain't reality. That's a nice overhead picture, but it ain't the reality of what the building conditions, the things that we had to tear down, the repairs we're making, but we're trying to work. And these men have jobs that families to support, and that's what we're working on.
Okay, so I one thing is the land value on this property has to be what the lease is. It has to be what the lease is every year.
So, because they assign the lease, of the property at $5,500 a month
The land value is $66,000.
minimum, okay,
Well, no, minimum and maximum. It has to be exactly that.
okay,
That's just how it works.
okay,
The building being yours, because you don't own the land, we had 87,990 on it last year, because it's a depreciated building.
Right.
So those two together would be $154,000.
okay. Which is a whole lot better than 400,000.
Yeah. And I've said this before, there's an argument to be made that,
We should ask about ARB damage.
that the building is really a hypothetical value. But
Are you suggesting that it should be 154,000?
yes,
Okay,
That would be acceptable.
you agree with that?
Yeah, that really would, and it's closer to the value than 400,000. I mean, I wish it was worth 400,000. It would mean that we had gotten everything repaired.
Right.
And we've done the best we can, at getting what we can, but we need to rewire, we need new electrical, we need a contractor. But those guys want money and they need for us to pay for the supplies. And I'm honest with the cost of lumber right now and things like that. Not too big a hurry.
Okay, well, if you're good with that, then I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1817. When account number 46594. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 value from $434,500 down to $154,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done. You
And
got it,
that was
Paul.
easy, guys, you made this a great job.
You brought in good evidence.
Thank you. I did want to show you where we're at. We're doing it little by little by.
Yeah, we were
little.
browsing through the pictures while you were talking.
Yeah, the biggest two costs coming up is really gonna be the electrical and like our whole upstairs was damaged with rain. We lost a lot of roof, we had to re-roof, which we did, because you can't really function with it raining on you.
Wow.
But we have a flooding issue, because this nice pretty street work they did, the water drains into our building.
Right.
Because they didn't address that, and they're too busy working on the inner harbor. They're not working on the outer harbor. We can't get them to do anything on our bulkheads, no work, and we've tried.
Is that city or NAP district?
City.
City.
There is, they don't have that same.
But I also,
Sure they would.
It is actually, the NAB district is the same, this is still Aransas County.
Get it right.
But the harbor there is owned by the city.
yeah, so I get to argue with them too.
Look,
Okay, is there anything I need to do?
No, you'll get a snail mail document.
All right,
Okay, thank you, guys.
thanks for coming in.
And thanks for making this easier than I expected. My stomach is- Now I'm
Go ahead,
gonna get food.
Now you get your breakfast, huh?
Thank you.
On the phone, face.
I see why you put the pretty face in the car.
Oh,
Thank you.
we'll never live this down.
tomorrow we're gonna move all the computer equipment here, and I'm gonna sit there. That would scare the hell out of people. wouldn't
Come up with a monitor.
it? Yeah. I went to
All right, go ahead and have a
All
seat
right.
right there.
Howdy, how's it going, guys?
If you want to go ahead and state your name, it's going to be case number 1270.
Yeah, my name is Rocky, R-O-C-K-Y, Chacon, C-H-A-C-O-N.
And your relationship to the Aransas Boat Company LLC is?
Member. A member owner.
Member. Okay. So you have the legal authority to represent the LLC?
Yes.
All right, then. We have some administrivia that we need to go through.
Sure.
Opening a hearing on case 1270, account number 13625. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
Amen.
Got it.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is the four of us around the table. Eamon is representing the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will also include instructions and information that you can use if you want to appeal it, if you don't agree with it. Tax Code Section 4145H, all written materials that have not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. The ARB members are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duffy, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
You're gonna record that. and your
You're
name. I solemnly swear. Read that out loud.
Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Rocky Chuckle.
All right, my name, I am Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
I know, sir.
Okay. Right in front of you is a procedure we're going to use throughout the hearing. You'll notice there's two major columns there.
Right.
And the reason is you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you prefer?
I can speak first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay, my case is, I had purchased this place, right after the hurricane, about a year after. It was under severe damage. I cleaned a lot of it up, fenced it, try to improve it. A lot of the structure that you see on the rooftops, the interiors are still damages, the pictures have shown. The majority of the property eventually is going to be used as a outdoor storage more than any kind of indoor storage or anything like that. So the rooftops that you're looking at now, you have a building that's like a 60 by 80 or something like that. There's pictures provided in there showing that that's all just stud walls. There's nothing finished out in the inside. The gentleman I bought it from, it was basically, he was going to try to do some kind of, I guess, indoor storage that was going to be climate controlled. Never happened. It's kind of still the same way. There's a small shop that I have up closer to Maddox there that a gentleman rents from me right now that just kind of does like builds hot rod stuff, just kind of hobbyist kind of guy. The other building kind of to the west off of Maddox, I have a boat mechanic in there now that just kind of, does boat mechanic stuff. So they're basically just those two buildings are the only buildings that are rented. And they're still kind of just stick buildings. They don't have no offices in them. They have no climate control, HVAC, nothing like that. They're just open kind of garages in a sense. The little house that's towards the back to the north there, it of course, as the picture show, completely gutted. There is drywall in the house. There's no flooring. It pretty much doesn't have any doors, trim, anything like that. So this whole project has been a little at a time. The other buildings that you see in the back on the north fence line that have that old corrugated type tin, inside all those buildings is basically building materials, like 2x4s, posts, stuff left over from when I did the fence, just random building material, basically. But those buildings themselves aren't watertight whatsoever. Water gets inside them in the floors. There's holes on the side. Eventually, my plan is to knock those buildings down, get rid of that, and then I'll build new boat storages that are covered along that backside. But right now, it just seems, way out of balance on how this is being appraised. And every building there is basically gonna be gone, it needs to be gone. It has no value to it, it has no structure to it. So that's gonna be the eventual thing. Of course, I got a, Golf King next to me that has been, it has been closed for years and years and years. So it's just an eyesore sitting there. Pelican Inn is the other eyesore. There's drugs and thieves and everything coming in and out of that place. Got a little RV type community in the back that the city closed because they were running 130 amp breaker for 30 trailers back there, and they finally closed that thing. So, I try to do what I can to try to fix the place. I understand, paying the taxes on something that I would feel comfortable and say, hey, look, I got a nice place here at this time, but I don't have a nice place yet. I'm still working on this. I'm still dumping a ton of money in when I can and still do, my day job and kind of do this back and forth. But I'm just surrounded by some bad eyesores, and a lot of people, they don't want to rent there because they see, shadiness, sits around, even though I did fix it and I did put automatic gates in there and, I'm doing everything I can, but I'm nowhere near there yet, especially at the appraisal that we're at right now. I just, that's my piece, and that's pretty much all I can give you guys right now.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all here.
Almost out of time, so you'll have more time to speak later.
Thanks.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Can you tell me what the picture of this green wall, outside wall is, which building that is?
That is the Pelican Inn, sir. That, if you have an aerial shot, that would be kind of to the west of me. So the Pelican Inn is basically,
Got it. I missed that.
yeah, it's
Okay.
And you got 2
it's
minutes.
between me and the alley, basically. It's an alley.
So I have 3 questions for you. One is your 2 leases that you have, how much are you leasing those buildings for?
The building to the west
Uh-huh.
on the front by Maddox is $450 a month,
Okay,
and that's being rented out to C&B Supply.
okay,
Okay, just in case you want to know that. And then the other building that is kind of to the east center, basically, that is $450 as well,
okay,
and that is to a private individual.
okay. And then what did you pay for this property damaged?
180,000.
180, okay. What do you think the property is currently worth overall? What's your opinion?
My opinion of value right now, if we, I have a lot of properties in San Patricia County. I of course, do the protest with them every year. It's the first time I've been with Aransas County, but to me, a lot of the comps that I'm seeing that are being pushed around, a lot of them are in Rockford. Rockford, of course, has a better value than Aransas Pass does in a sense. It's kind of higher. I think that property right now is worth $150,000.
Okay.
Because there's still just a lot of work. You basically have a lot. You got 2 buildings that are basically making money, but they're not, by no means, I don't think, would equal out for the amount.
Oh,
We're in
Got five minutes left.
I haven't gotten to speak with the property owner yet. This is one of the ones that I had to do after the flood.
Adult daycare. Or
Oh, that's the Head Start program.
Head Start, that's.
Yeah,
what
Caddy
it's-
Corner.
I couldn't-
It's not that close. There's
I
that
couldn't
little
come up with,
RV thing. It was kind of weird. The store was empty and then there were people in it and then make sure it was empty again. It's like, okay, wow. What I'm getting is 179,990. So at like, you know, the owner stated his opinion, the value is 150. The property was kind of a construction site, you know, still.
Would you go for 180?
You know, I paid 180.
Mhm.
I put a lot of money in it to clean it up.
Mhm.
That's the only thing I'm looking at. I think I paid a little too much at the time, now that I look back, because it did take about $30,000 worth of just cleanup, you know, there's a lot of stuff there. You know, if you guys could kind of maybe, you know, meet a little bit in the middle or something like that, I may feel comfortable just trying to help, you know, just trying to get back to where I can do something with this place, you know, because I am gonna move forward. Like I said, I got no problem paying for what it's worth. If I had that value there, I feel the value in there. You know, I feel y'all are, you know, 180 basically. I'm at 150. If we can do 160, you know, I don't mind doing that. I just need a little bit of a cushion.
What's the difference? 165.
David?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Let's split the difference 165 if you guys are good with that. I feel that's fair. You know.
Okay.
I would give that a fair amount to
Okay.
help me, you know, proceed with trying to fix this place up, because if not, it's just taking money out of the investment.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1270, account number 13625. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the assessed value, 2021 assessed value from 433,180 to 165,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Rocky, you got it.
You guys, I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you very much, and sure I'll see y'all next.
I suspect,
I don't know if you've ever talked to your neighbor, but I can assure you, the Gulf King place
Yes,
is not a CIA black site.
Well, I don't know, I heard the government owns it. Supposedly the government owns it, and I don't know, they're supposed to open that railway again between me and them. So I don't know what that does for any kind of appraisal stuff, but
The yelling and screaming,
we'll
just
see what
ignore
happens.
that.
Thank you guys very much. Have a
Okay,
nice
all
day. Appreciate it.
Three black Lexuses that showed up at 2 a.m.
What?
No, it's weird because it's this enormous brick building that has trucks parked at it. Like, the trucks were built way after the building was abandoned. I mean, the building is ancient and there's these like service trucks that are parked there. Well, now we know it's because the guy has a seafood delivery company and that's just where they park the vehicles. They're not doing anything there. But on the outside of the property, there's a really substantial fence with a bunch of barbed wire and gates and stuff telling you about. Exactly, it's like they're really protecting this thing, that is basically nothing. And so it's like, you just expect to go in there and there's gonna be a bunch of people counting printed money or something. Someone tied to a chair.
So what was Gulf King? What was Gulf King?
It was a shrimp packing company. Shrimp boats would come in Con Brown and put them on trucks over there.
Right, back in the day. Right,
Mhm.
got it.
It was like 95, 96 when it stopped operating.
Gotcha.
That's been a long time.
Yeah. I was a kid that used to be bumper stickers that said friends don't let friends buy imported shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
All right, next one's gonna be on the phone. It would help if I grabbed the. For you.
Nah, we don't need that.
What? I would be positive.
1625. That's my guess. You would have been on.
All right, 1625.
He wins.
Chicken dinner.
Yeah. I knew I should start gambling.
It feels warm in here. You want me to turn it?
It is a
Yes,
little
please.
tepid.
You know where the heavy shirt is cold.
You want me to close the door or do y'all care?
Don't care.
Get some air in here?
He's not in yet, so Charlie will run into the door to leave it, maybe close it. It wasn't closed when I left.
Scott. Pull up account 5663. Not the number, the actual account. And then go to the improvements. Got it, okay, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought, I was just trying to make sure I wasn't. In both improvements.
Coffee maker's not here. Uh-oh. I'll be asleep at 10.
I used to bring. I had a stainless steel furnace.
I still got one. Never use it. but I still got one.
Oh, man. And I had at the time I got it, it came with a leather case and everything. And
Fancy.
oh, yeah. It was- And I had that thing for years and years.
I use mine for fishing every day. When they came out with those Yeti
Yeah.
drink cans, man, they keep the hot stuff hot and the cold stuff cold. I don't know how it knows. But
Yeah, that's right.
Those Stanleys, they were rugged, durable, but they weren't great thermoses. They're okay, but
I remember back in the day, my dad always had a thermos of coffee on the boat. But, every now and then it'd get knocked over when you get that glass on the inside.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right.
You hear some words out of his mouth.
A movie called The Accountant. I don't know if you've seen it with Ben
Oh,
Affleck.
sure. Oh, yeah. I don't remember anything about it.
But yeah, they were talking about it. He was in a federal facility or something like that, and the guy that he had become real good friends with, was let loose when he should have been, he was promised protection and blah, blah. And one of the guards told Ben Affleck's character about why his friend wasn't contacting him or anything like that. And Affleck hit him with a stainless, Stanley stainless and dented it. And he jumped out like a third floor window but he kept the thermos with it, right? So through all the years he's had that thermos, it was in his cupboard at his house. And the gal who had another role in the movie, that asked him, what do you have to hit to dent a stainless steel thermos? He just says, oh, it's old. We are doing 1625.
Yeah, okay, find it.
It's on page 2.
There it is.
I guess another warehouse. Seems like this is a warehouse.
Yeah.
oh, wonderful.
Heard that. It is on the phone, so.
Here's a question I ponder. How long do people have these Arby's as an excuse? I mean, really, at some point, I understand there's lawsuits, take time.
That was a brutal storm.
It was.
It was, how long has Katrina, has Katrina still been a
True.
factor in Louisiana?
10 years.
Yeah. You talk to some random New Orleans or they'll tell you. Remember Katrina?
Yeah. I always remember after Harvey, my wife says, man, it's gonna take 2 years or more to clean this place up. But it fixes this place up. Oh, no way. Now I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 20-year recovery.
Okay,
Ready?
yep.
Bruce DePuma. This gentleman's name.
This is Bruce.
Bruce, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, we're about to open a hearing on your protest.
Okay.
We have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get really into the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case 1625, account 56631. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all of your evidence.
I believe you do.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses are given under oath. Sir, I'm assuming that you are under oath as you signed the affidavit. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Very good,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Very good, thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I'm obligated to ask you, sir, if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Do you have access to or the time limits page? It's a one-page document that came out with your package. It shows the procedure here. Yeah, very good. Then you'll notice that it has two major columns on it. And those indicate one is if you speak first and the other is if Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you prefer?
I will let the district go first. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
All right.
Eamon, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, this is account 56631. Last year it was certified at 203,650. This year it was noticed at 161,670. This is a commercial property, but it's in severely damaged, dilapidated condition. We've seen it, we looked at it from the outside, obviously we haven't walked around in it. Doesn't look like you probably should. The comps are gonna be not great, because the comps are all gonna be completed, finished commercial buildings. So a sales comparison approach of a damaged property is probably not gonna give you an accurate value. It indicates a value of 303,863. When places like this are the way they are, you should just do them on cost, just straight cost, because it's in the middle of something. In the equity grid, our median equity value is 293,732, and that is making the adjustment for the fact that it's categorized as 25% complete. Last year, it was 50% complete. In reevaluating all of our warehouses and metal and industrial buildings and stuff, this was one that got reworked. It got, again, it just left on cost because it's not ready to be used for anything. But I also thought that the 50% was too high. So I got moved back to 25%. And look forward to whatever the property owner has to say about the condition or how the property is, what it's like. That's all.
Okay. So Bruce, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Eamon questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
Yeah, I guess my question to the appraiser is how, I mean, he's essentially saying that the buildings have some value to them, and I don't know how he can determine they're not in the stages of construction. They're in stages of being dismantled and removed from the property. So I don't understand how he can say that there's value to the structures themselves. I guess in my presentation, I've shown pictures of the exterior. One building, the skin is completely gone, and all that's left is the red steel and the remnants of a refrigerator unit that was on the property that actually has no ceiling to it, as you can see from the pictures. The other pictures are of the main building, which had the offices, and as you can see, the offices were severely damaged inside. About a third of the roof on the building is gone completely, and there are major sections in there that are, as the city of Aransas has determined, structurally unsound. So I'm in the process of demolishing both buildings and do not feel like either structure adds any value to the property. Therefore, I'm asking that you tax me based on the value of the land and not necessarily the value of the remnants of the structure that remain. They have no commercial value. I cannot rent them out. I can't get a certificate of occupancy to allow anybody to go into them, for use. So they actually detract from the value of the property. So I'm just, I tried to protest this last year and got caught in a technicality. I apparently didn't deliver my protest correctly. So I was rejected last year. And so I'm trying this year to not fall into that group and get the taxes down to something that is respectable for the property, so I can use the additional funds to continue to remove the building and make the property saleable. The property's been on the market for 5 years now, has had one offer, which after they got in looking at it, they backed out of that one because the building just isn't worth anything.
What's the
That's all I've
property?
got.
What's the property listed for the last 5 years?
I had it listed at 150. I accepted an offer of 100. They went in and looked at after they got inside and started looking at things and determined that the building was not worth trying to salvage and backed out of the deal at 100.
When you end up clearing all these buildings off, are you just gonna sell the lot empty?
That's my intent.
Oh, okay. I don't disagree with you about any of this stuff. I mean, the 25% was me saying, I think this might just be tear down, might be no value. If you had said, hey, there's still some good stuff in here, then maybe 50 would have been okay, but yeah, these buildings have no value. I think that we should put this at the land value.
Bruce, do you agree with that?
I agree with that. I have no qualms with how the appraisals are done and what the comps and all of that stuff is. If I thought the buildings had any value at all, I wouldn't be tearing them down.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I had asked for originally, was just tax me on the property value, and I'll be more than happy to pay that. I just don't want to pay for taxes on something that's significantly useless, and I'm trying to get rid of it as economically as I can, since I didn't get anything from Harvey Insurance on it.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-1625 account 56631. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $161,670 down to $53,480, which represents the land value.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, Bruce. That's it.
I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Scott, are you still in that account?
I am.
Can you put a note in there to flat value it at $10 or just flat value it at $10?
Yeah.
For 2022.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be case number 1826. It's in person.
It looks like it's page 3, middle of the page. 1826.
Okay.
Is there gonna be evidence pop up there?
You got in a CD?
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
And who are we talking to here?
My name is Louis Needleman, sir.
Lewis? And what relationship do you have with
APR Properties.
APR Property?
I'm the owner of APR Properties and APR Properties owns the RV.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, are you ready? Okay. We have some administrivia we need to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter. If you just follow along with me,
Please, sir.
I'll have some questions toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case 1826, account number 66142. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is around this table here. Eamon is the representative of the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that will be mailed to you by snail mail. It will contain our determination. It will also have instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. He's got it all right.
Just the pictures is all I have.
Okay. There's nothing else you want to submit.
No, sir.
Okay. The key here is that 4145 requires that everything be submitted right now.
Other than my testimony about it, I mean,
No, that's okay. It's any written material.
I didn't really prepare any written material.
Okay, we're good then. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Dunn, do solemnly swear I will not communicate with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
I can do it if you
My name is Lewis.
All right.
I
can do it. It's forward. DORED.
I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
I do not.
Under your papers, there is a piece of, is a chart in one, under the Mylar. That's the procedure that we're going to use throughout the hearing. You'll notice there are two major columns. One is if you speak first, the other is if Eamon speaks first for the district, which would you prefer?
District.
Okay,
Okay, this is account 66142. It is a small RV park on Shaver Road in Aransas Pass. The last known sale price was $250,000. That was in 2017 before the hurricane. The value last year was $125,000. It was a settlement. This year's value was noticed at $227,500. The bulk of the value of this property is going to be in the RV pads. There's 15, we have it listed as having 15 spaces. The sales grid is the sales of other RV parks that are small little parks. One of them had 7 spaces, 39, 9, and 14. Indicating a median value for the subject at $270,000 if everything's described correctly, and it really is 15 spaces, that kind of thing. The equity grid shows a median equity value of $227,500 exactly. Wow, that's great. So the median value is exactly the notice value. That's nuts. Okay. Oh, because all the comps are just RV parks with just RV spaces and lane. That's all it is. There's nothing else to normalize. All right. And the sales ratio report is for RV parks and shows our valuation ratio. Our weighted mean is 0.91 with an average of 1.11. So, doing okay. Yeah, and that's all for our evidence. Presented what we have. Looking forward to whatever property. We haven't spoken about.
Okay. So Louis, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Did you value the land? Did anything?
Yes. Yeah, the land value is $77,500.
Does that include the use of it for something? Because the flooding on there is prohibitive of putting anything on there that's a permanent structure.
Yeah. So that would have a relationship to land value, if that's what you're asking.
Correct. And some of my photos, you'll see there's no drainage ditch, and the actual drainage ditches that are there, the drainage areas there don't function. So the place floods every time it rains. Apparently that's not uncommon to the entire area here. Secondly, you're comparing this as a business using the RV park spaces as opposed to, say, a home for people.
Well, if it's not a home for APR Properties LLC. There's people leasing the spaces or living.
There are people that are longtime residents
Right.
there.
That is a unique paradigm for RV parks in Rockport, is that rather than having transient resident or leases, there are people who just live at the RV park. And RV park data across the state is usually predominantly people working in the oil field. And that is almost not applicable here. It affects the stability of parks, the rent demanded. This is, I'm guessing the people who live here are living here because the rent is cheaper than if they were living in a site-built structure.
Correct, and most of them are disabled and retired or both.
Yeah.
And so I guess the paradigm, the comparison of this to someplace that has $500,000 Class ARB spots is significantly different. Our spaces are, 30 or 40 feet wide as opposed to the others that I've seen, they basically stack them almost on top of each other. And so I'm not certain there's a real comparison of the two.
Right. Well, how many spaces do you have under operating right now?
We have, I believe, 9 or 10 people there.
And they all have septic hookups?
Everybody should have septic, everybody should have electric, everybody should have water. There are several spaces that will not ever be usable until we remove the trash trailers from them.
Right.
Because we still have about 8 or 10 trailers that are wrecked from the hurricane that are still on there.
So what are you leasing those spaces for?
We lease for $275 per month. And the manager of the place gets free rent and free electric. Okay, so most of the money that we've collected so far has gone into paying back the taxes, paying back the septic system. I took over the park in
There's a bunch.
August. I had a friend who was managing the place, and basically he kept all the funds and paid whatever bills he could out of it. And basically he let it slide for about 6 months where all he did was collect rents and did nothing. So I had to get rid of him, come in and fork over a bunch of money, redo the septic system. There's trash piled up. So we had to get a dumpster out there and haul away a bunch of trash. You can see the pile there. He let the weeds grow to cover some of it. I don't know if you can see in the background, but we finally got a mower that works. And when the rain finally dries up there, we'll be able to mow it. That's there's I want to say double wide. It's a manufactured home on the property that had the roof we finally fixed about 3 or 4 months ago. So now it's basically a glorified storage shed. There's derelict trailers there that haven't been pulled off. We've tried to get somebody to come remove them, and they want money to pull them away versus, just taking it for the trailer. I mean, that's the part of the double wide that you can see out of the thing there. It used to be a really nice home, but that's a separate appraisal from this. Again, you can see the different, messed up double trailers there from the hurricane. And that's our watershed there, and it still hasn't been rebuilt from the hurricane. The guy that was supposed to be fixing it built everything and didn't do the roof, so I had to have somebody come out and redo it. So anyway, as you can tell, it's not your typical RV park in this area. The trailers here are more than 10 years old. Most of them are probably 20 years old plus. And some of the people have been there 6 or 7 years. These are full-time residents. These are citizens of this community, not people that are retired, that are coming in here to visit and spend a bunch of money. These are people who work here. One of the guys is a front desk person over at a Whataburger. The other one waits tables over at the Butter Churn. Like I said, 3 or 4 of them are retired, and a couple of them are disabled. One was a tugboat captain who recently fell ill. And so I don't charge them a fortune to live here, and I try to provide them as much amenities as possible. I'm not certain that it must have been an offshoot of the camera. My apologies for that. This is where the drainage ditch should be, but there isn't one. So the water just floods the low areas of there. And I have about 5 acres of land, but 2.5 of it is underwater whenever it rains. So I can't really do much with that unless I raise that area. Plus, I think it goes up to the road, so I'm losing about 1/2 acre to the little front there. Anyway, I appreciate that there's a picture of it when the rain was there. My manager took that picture to show me. You can see that that's the front part, the better part of the front of our lot. It floods pretty deep.
Does it impede access to the property?
No, the road is actually raised a little bit.
Okay.
And there's a culvert underneath it, but anything that you want to do,
Away from the road is.
yeah. I don't know if I have a map, I think I have a, one second.
Need to stop you there, but you'll have more time to speak later. So Scott, you have 2 minutes, sorry, Eamon, you have 2 minutes for a cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So this property, there's a lot of things to change. It shouldn't be any higher than 142,000 as it sits now.
Total.
Yeah. That's the highest it should be.
Is that okay with you?
You know, I can't complain about that. It's significantly less than the 227.
Yes.
It's a little higher than the 125, but I wouldn't say that's necessarily unfair.
Okay,
You're good with that?
if you're good with that, we.
Well, let me ask real quick if I could, your opinion of value is based on what?
My purchase price and the fact that it was, I actually was 235, not 250. And then the damage, the Quonset hut from the hurricane was completely destroyed. The double wide was destroyed. And so all I have left are basically the spaces that are still available. But unfortunately, the back half of it still has a bunch of broken RVs. I think there's a single wide trailer still left there derelict that we haven't had a chance to tear down, that's taking one of the spaces. So the fact that we say we have 15 spaces is really more like probably 10 or 12. And so we could probably try to squeeze a 15th space out of it. By putting extensions of hookup. Anyway, but that's where I'm getting at is, the fact that there's just, I figured it was worth about half of what it was when I paid for it.
Okay, thank you.
So I didn't see that you'd said 137.5 on the absence of that. I'm okay with that.
137.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1826. Account number 66142, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value. Q2 appraisal ratios exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $227,500 down to $137,500.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're done.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
One last thing I'd like to add. We're working to make this a much better place for the people who live there and for the community itself. I know it looks a little trashy now, and I apologize for that, but one day it will be something the community can be a little bit prouder of.
There's actually over 24 RV parks that are just like this. So they're like, you drive by it, you wouldn't even know it's there. You go around 2 oak trees and a bush, and there's 4 RVs plugged in under some trees. And usually elderly people, disabled people. It's a solution to housing, where you've got to live somewhere. Part of my concern with reevaluating RV parks is getting those crossed over with the places that are more like investment properties. Figure out a way to keep those permanently separate.
We appreciate that. The residents of this. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
Take care.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, no problem. All right, we got case number 1742. In person.
There's more.
Yeah, we already got people signing for 10, just to let you know. Can we go ahead and bring her in?
Yes.
There it is, yeah.
Okay.
Where is it?
One or two.
Two.
Not the rest of them.
Page 2, bottom of the page.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Well, my home state, it was fun, but I would rather be in North.
Well, I'm glad you're back.
I
I know, right? They're trickling down.
I said, bless your heart, I go back north.
That's right.
Howdy.
Or would you like me to
Black?
sit, sir?
That's gonna be your spot right over there.
Well, y'all should be happy to see me this morning. I'm glad I'm not in the emergency room.
Well,
I
we
was
are
shopping-
too.
I was shopping at Walmart last night, and about 11 o'clock, I was reaching up to get, a plastic bin. It knocked me in the head.
Oh.
Had nice packs. He said to me, "What was it called medical service?" I said, "No, I gotta go protest this morning." So, anyway, I'm here. I'm not sure where I was going.
an IV drip out there.
So that's why I'm wearing a hat. That was a bad hair day.
Oh, no.
1742.
Okay, Shirley,
Yes,
we have some administrivia that we need to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter.
I am hard of hearing. Could you speak a little louder for me, sir?
I'll try.
Thank you.
We have some administrivia we need to go through.
Okay,
I'm gonna go through the script, and when I get near toward the end, I'll ask you a couple of questions.
okay.
All right? We're opening a hearing on case 1742, account 71180. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest, and I forgot about
Yeah, Q1,
Q1.
incorrect appraised market value.
Q1, Amy. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. In accordance with tax code, you also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided with our determination. If you don't like what we come up with, you can appeal it. And you'll get the instructions for how to do that in the document that's created after this hearing is completed. Okay? In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
As in what I filled out here, or what you?
Did you have any evidence, pictures, or anything that you wanted to use?
Mine is not about pictures. Mine is now, was 510 South Austin that I closed on August 24th as we went to.
Okay.
Evacuated to Austin. So all I have is it was on the market. It didn't sell. I wasn't going to give it away. So I kept it air conditioned.
Oh, okay. You'll
rented
get
it
time
off-
to, you'll get,
All I'm saying, sir, is I rented October of last year, so I lost a lot
okay,
through COVID and Harvey.
okay.
So there's no evidence that you're gonna present other than oral.
Then
Oral,
oral, yes, no. I don't
okay,
have
okay,
any
very good.
Okay.
Pictures.
Let
This is
him
just
finish.
Oral.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey,
No worries.
This is, I've never done this before. My son did it for me last year because I was in Charleston, South Carolina.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Waggert, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Okay.
And state your name, please.
I'll stop signing
Yes,
here. As a signature.
but they want you to go ahead and state, read the statement aloud, just for the record.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board or the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Shirley Miller Black.
Thank you.
I am and do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And print it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Shirley, you have a choice. The procedure for we're going to follow is on that piece of paper that's, you have it right there, right there. You got it. That's the procedure we're going to follow.
Okay.
Now, you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you choose? Who goes first?
I guess I will.
Okay,
That's fine.
you have 5 minutes to begin with.
5 minutes. This is back up. Okay. I'm just gonna state who I am,
Okay.
why I'm here. Okay, I own 3 properties in town. Now I am renting 722 East Market to open a small boutique. So I am a property owner in town and I'm going to, there's nowhere for me to go. I want a little small place. Since I ran beach teats for several years downtown, 510 South Austin, it used to be 508 South Austin, 8, because it has a common wall, property wall with 508 now, who just moved in January of this year. Okay. We have a party wall agreement at 508 South Austin, January 15th, they purchased it. And then presently in litigation with a party wall and a grandfathered in as is where is when purchased, paying $400 an hour for somebody who's rolled into town who decided that a party wall belongs to them. And I had spoken to them on February the 6th. On February the 8th, they put a sign on the wall for Rockport Living on the part that's exposed because my building was built in 2001. That building was built in 1930. It's 70 years older. Paul Blacker was the one who attached the buildings. He sold them in 2013. I bought the new building. That building's been, somebody else bought it, hurt hard, messed it up bad. And mine being metal stood real well. It's according to the 2012, 2001 code. So I sit back. So they're exposed 25 feet that they're claiming that their wall, which is the south wall. A party wall is a party wall from beginning to end. And I went to Brett, got the survey, we got the deed, there was a fence there. The fence had been blown down. I have rented it. So anyway, so last year the tax was doubled in 2021 at 510 South Austin. Harvey closed beach teats in August 24th, 2017. I evacuated to Austin. I came back to assess the damage. 2 weeks later, my son Steve Black was my advocate last year. Reduced by $500 is how much I got off. I think it was something like 25, whatever it was, $5,000 last year. I rented the building in October of 2020 for, anyway, it was empty for about 3 years. I did very reasonable rent so that I have rented before. I'm now an owner. So I understand small business. I want her to make it. It's Beth Dorothy, who has the auto place here. She has over here, auto clinic. And she's renting for the next 2 years. She loves my building. I live in South Carolina for 3 years and she continued to pay insurance, electricity. My location from mold, I didn't want to mold inside. So I get the electricity on. People want to offer me $1.98, as we say down south. And I said, no, I will keep the building. I was paid for it. I own it. And I'm happy, so happy that I did, because now we're back. And so I moved back here recently. I live in City by the Sea. Also, third location, I am now, let's see, I have a vacation rental in 1031 Exchange located in Palm Harbor. So I'm not protesting my City by the Sea one, which is, and neither am I protesting Palm Harbor. City by the Sea is my primary location. So I am protesting this one, since I'm trying to be a good landlord, and I want Beth Doherty to have a nice place there. People like to shop, and they still remember me. I had Cody Sue there, and so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Question while we have time. Would you
Yes, sir.
mind telling us what you rented the building for in October?
In October, we rented it for $1,600. It's 2,625 square feet.
Okay.
That is cheap, 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 cheap.
1,600 a month? Okay.
And then I have a Linda Collins at Max is managing it. So then I pay them 10%.
Okay.
Because I'd rather do that than I can't manage all this. I'm 82. I'm a good business person. Also own another store in Rockwall, Texas.
But you don't want to be fixing toilets.
Huh?
You don't want to be fixing toilets in the middle of the night, though.
No, I flipped that one from an old 1910 house from residential to commercial in 3 months, passed everything flying colors. They loved me in Rockwall. I could have mixed up Rockwall or Rockport. The only thing is, 3 years later, they did an easement through there, and a restaurant just came through and took all my parking. So I've had fun with the city hall before. They love me, but they love to hate me because I give them holy hell for taking a restaurant this high.
Okay, need to
Got
cut
it.
you cut you off there. You'll have more time to speak here
No, that's okay,
later.
but I'm just telling you.
Amy, you got
So I'm well versed in how this all works.
2 minutes for cross and rebuttal, and then cross, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I'll just, we all know what the presentation is. It's just a retail property. It's got market rent and the rest of that stuff. Last year, it was certified at 241,000. The last known sale price was 210,000 in 2013, so 8 years ago.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
The last known sale price was 210,000 in 2013.
Yes, that's when I purchased.
8 years ago, yeah. And the based on the rent that you're currently charging, a lease fee valuation of the property would be $195,000.
Okay, well, let me change that. That was now as of in January, that was what I first went. In January, we went to 2,000, and that's through September.
Through September of this year? Oh, okay.
That was to get her started.
Sure.
For 3 months.
So we're focused on January 1st, 2021. That's the end point. Okay.
Right.
So anything in 2020,
So then
One.
you would want the 2,000.
correct, yes,
Okay.
which you gave
Because we
us.
switched it, we said it for 3 months while she renovated, and then, or just, no, she didn't renovate, all she did was paint and change lighting.
Okay,
What does it come out to, Amy?
Well, at 1,600, it's 195. The other one is,
what other one?
is 242,706. I mean, it's basically. That. Whatever you want to do with that.
So 196.
242 is,
It is based on the fact that the lease is $2,000 a month.
yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty much what it was last year, 241.
Still confused.
242 is based on $2,000 a month rent as of January 1st.
Yeah, but that's a 2021 statement.
Yes, that's correct. 20, which is what we're concerned with.
Yeah, 2020 is 195.
190, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I get it.
That's what I
Are
would,
we at 195?
that's what I believe,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Would you accept $195,000 for a value that's 46,000 less than last year? The assessed value
46,000.
less than
Yes.
last year would be so this year's value would be 195,000.
95,000 is what you would appraise it at.
Yes. Would you accept that?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Okay, we're done.
I'm going to make a
But what-
motion.
What does that do at dollars and cents? As far as,
We don't
We
know
don't-
what the taxes are going to be yet because the tax rates have not been determined. However, the school district actually lowered their rates, but we don't know what the other taxing entities.
County
But
lowered
the county lowered theirs too,
last night.
but approximately it would be proportionally less. I'm going to say, what, 20% less, something like that, a little
We don't
less
know.
than that, but we don't know.
We don't deal with
Yeah.
that. This is just an appraisal.
Yeah,
This is just
Yeah.
property appraisal.
but you'll be appraised on 195,000, not 241 last year, or
Or
266.
let's say for 2021, and last year it was 200 and what now? That was in 2020,
Yeah, last year, 2020 was 241,
241.
and the 2021 appraisal that came out was 266. So we're going from 266 down to 195.
Okay, thank you.
$71,000.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes, I will
Oh,
accept that.
Okay.
So I move then on case ID 2021-1742, account 71180. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 266,710 down to 195,000.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Shirley, we're done.
That's it.
Was that easy?
That was easy.
Must be an easy move.
I bet you do.
I bet she's a shopper at my store. What year is it?
It's a mess.
2012, 13.
It's a mess.
They were fun.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that. They were the opera shoppers.
Right.
I had to pick up a bunch of pennies, but that was fun. Say hi to Cindy.
I will.
You noticed I withheld that information until we finished. I bet, did you recognize him?
Vaguely, yes. Yes, I did.
No, she and her, what is her sister's name?
Paula.
Paula. Oh, they were fun. I haven't seen them since I did that. I know.
They're laying low this year.
Thank you, Mr. You are Mr. Powers. Well, listen, you did well.
Thank
You got it going on, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You're as good looking as I am.
Right.
You're a chick mate.
Right. Right.
Aiming at the perfect time.
Thank God I didn't have anything for breakfast.
Do we need a break before we move on?
Yes.
I need some oxygen.
Uh-huh.
Just state your case.
So we'll see whether Manchin holds the line. This is called the $3.5 trillion liberal fantasy spending bill. An abomination.
Well, we can only hope.
Yeah.
Republicans just can't seem. to
Oh,
get
what a
their
bunch of idiots.
act together.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. We're on the air. But at least Beth's got the door set in such a way that I'm not on camera.
Uh-oh, she forgot her water.
I get her at the door.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, you guys should work on it.
I live with property.
That's strong coffee.
It does look.
If the smell is any indication.
I'm good with that. French roast.
Good stuff is it, yes, it's not Barbara, it's the other lady. I forgot her name. Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay. What are you back talking? You know,
Just Walmart.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy.
I don't buy.
My wife goes through it so fast. She went to the doc, she used to drink like 2 pots in the morning.
I can do it just because I like the taste of
Mm-hmm.
it. And the caffeine.
I've never been affected by the caffeine.
It really doesn't. Bother. I can drink it after dinner at night.
Mhm.
I'm kind of the same way. Yeah.
I go to sleep when I'm tired.
Yep. Don't hear anything. I wake up in the same position I was in when I fell asleep.
No, that's different. I do wake up. My son plays video games when he's home. And I wake up in the middle of the night listening to the thing because he falls asleep and just sleeps through everything. It's hard to disturb him. So this morning at 5:30, I woke up to the sound of called, what the heck is it called? It's this ambient music. That apparently is for listening to reduce anxiety and help you sleep. What the hell is this god awful noise? And I woke up. And because it was just on a loop, it was just playing over and over and over. But the other night it was this guy's voice. It was a video game. In fact, it was just on a loop. This morning I woke up at 5:30. It's this odd music.
Yeah.
So I just got up. I figured the extra 30 minutes would get me here a little earlier. I was listening to that.
I'm gonna go grab them.
Mm-hmm.
Two checks down there.
Oh, yeah. Hi, fellas.
Hey, hang on, is that over here?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Hi, John,
I'm good.
it's my dad, AJ.
Howdy.
I'm
Scott.
That's all
John.
right.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Robert. Good to meet you.
I
My dad,
guess.
AJ. Nice to meet you. How you doing, Charles? John. And I like the other Jims too. Okay, so we'll pass by that.
What's case number, Beth?
Oh, sorry,
1035.
1035.
Okay.
8-4.
And then we did go ahead and get an agent form scanned in for the son.
We do,
Yes.
okay. All righty. We have some administrivia, guys, that we have to go through before we get started, courtesy of the governor. So bear with me for a little bit. I'll ask some questions toward the end.
Okay, I'm wearing hearing aids, so.
Okay, I'll try.
This is my son, he'll talk for me, you know?
Okay.
Okay. All right. We're opening a hearing on case number 1035, account 15690. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2 and also Q5, and it says check property ID 715682. Looks like there's something about buildings not being on the property.
Yes.
Says, okay,
Yes.
we'll get to that when we get further in.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. The review board is before us four around the table here. Eamon is the representative of the district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptat.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will be snail mailed to you along with instructions and information on how you can further appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence in the system?
Yes, we do in the system, I got another copy of it here too.
No, in the system is fine. It'll come up
If you
on
want a paper copy.
it'll come up on the tablet.
Okay.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
State that and state your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. John Civic. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. AJ Civic.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Gentlemen, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir.
Neither does
You have an
Dan.
appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
Okay. Somewhere over there, there's a document under a blue Mylar cover. That's the procedure that we'll use throughout the hearing. And you get to choose who goes first, you or Eamon for the district.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Okay,
So this account is 15690. It is a small RV park that's being set up on Dead Ends Drive at the entrance of Copano Ridge. We have it noticed or certified last year at 108,680. This year it was noticed at 286,700. There's a note in here that says 12 CTPs for 2021. You can see on the picture, the picto there, the parcel is at the end of Dead Ends Drive. It's kind of a unique little development, but the field appraisers have counted 12 spaces out here. There's comp sales as other RV parks. We have one that sold with 14 spaces, one with 7, one with 39, and one with 9. So we do have several other small RV parks transacting. Median indicated value for the subject based on adjustments, and if they were to sell like the others, $387,923. The equity grid is other RV parks, just to show if we're appraising them the same, and the equity is gonna be really tight on RV parks. It's 286,700 is the median value, which is exactly our value. All the RV park spaces in the county are valued the same way. And the, not all the RV parks, just the spaces. And the sale ratio report that follows is for mobile home and RV parks, shown here at 0.91. Weighted mean and an average of 1.11 for RV parks. That's all we have. That's our evidence.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Eamon questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, on the 12 Copano Ridge Road here, how many electrical things did you say you had there?
12.
Okay, there's actually 8.
There's 8. Okay. And there's 8 electrical hookups. Are there 8 septic hookups?
8 septic hookups. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good because the primary driver value is the septic. So if there's electric but no septic, it's like, who cares? You know what I mean? You can run a cord anywhere.
Okay.
So there's only 8.
There's 8, right?
Got it.
And I have photos for the 8.
Okay. No, I believe you. It's your part.
Okay.
Anything else?
Not to him, I'd like to talk to y'all.
Sure. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Keep going.
The park we have here, it's 0.29 acres. It's less than 0.3 acres. It's very small. It's a very small lot. I saw some of the sales ratios here. The sales are, this is what he provided to me. 10-acre lot with the land value $52,000. A land value of $50,000 for a 5-acre lot, a 3.6 acre lot, a $37,000 land value for a 4.37 acre lot, $107,000 land value for a 40-acre lot. I have less than 0.3. 33 acres for $595,000, not even comparable to what we have. Land value of $245 for 10 acres. I have 0.3, less than 0.3. $134,000 land value, 6.1 acres. Not even comparable. $595,000 land value for 18 point something acres, and that was over almost $6 billion, which is, I don't know what that's at.
The sales ratio report, real quickly, is not meant to compare to your property.
Right, well, I got that too.
Right, but is an indication of sales and market value, okay? And it's across a wide area, so it's all sales of in this case, trailer parks or similar things.
Sure.
So it's not intended to be a comparison to your property as much as it's to show that the sales versus market value, the appraisals are within a certain range of.
Right.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out, I have 0.29 acres.
Mhm.
And all of these sales are multiple acre properties, where mine is this as big as an iPad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so I don't have a big, huge thing.
Okay.
He gave us some, these are some comps here. First one's on Moline Street. The comp on Moline Street is 0.34 acres, which is very close to ours. We have 0.29, this is 0.34. The improvement on it is $60,000. The improvement on mine is $168,000. And all I have is a 12 by 10 by 12 storage shed. That's all it's sitting on the property. But it's got an improvement of $168,000. This one is very close to mine.
That includes the 60 feet, right?
Yeah,
The improvement.
I'll get to it.
Okay.
There's something. He's making a good.
Okay. Yeah, and this one's showing commercial trailer pads, 6 of them, $60,000. Well, I have 8, and mine's showing $168,000. So I don't know why it's 168 when this is a very good comp right here. And they're at 60,000. Here's another one. This is Trader Boulevard, another comp that you gave me. Theirs is $150,000 improvement on there. Well, they got several buildings on there and they got 15 trailer pads. So 15 trailer pads with another big storage kind of something on here. They got a value of 150. Another one that you gave me, a comp number 4, which is Rattlesnake Point. Rattlesnake Point is 2.47 acres, mine's 0.29. So this is 10 times bigger than mine. The improvement on it is 122. They have 9 spots on their commercial trailer pads, plus several main areas on there. And their improvement is 122, and mine's 168. I just don't get the 168 part of it. Here, I want to show you the pictures of mine. And you can see how when we built it, we truly messed it up. Because we put 8 spots on there, but you can't rent out 8 spots because it's too small. And we can only rent out 4 because of the tightness of it, because we screwed it up. And I'll show you in the pictures that you can see how tight we made it. And I'll show you the number of the sites.
These are in our,
Yeah, you got them, okay. And but you can see how we put the electrical meters way too close together, and you can't even park the campers in there because they're too tight. Now you can store campers in there, but you can't park them and live in there because we didn't put enough room. So we have availability to put 4 campers in there, but we only have 1 right now that's paying, and the other one is a gentleman that when the hurricane came through, we picked him up at like a halfway house, and he's a convicted felon drug addict, and we kind of pulled him out of there. Another gentleman helped us pull him out of there, and he helped clean up another house that we had. So we let him just keep his camper there because he's on some hard times. So we're trying to help him out. But we only have 1 paying customer right here on the very end. What I would like to have is if you go down Copano Ridge Road, the next door to us is a lot with a house on it. And then the next lot is 20 Copano Ridge Road. 20 Copano Ridge Road is the exact same thing I have. But their improvements on there is $660. They have 4 trailer pads. Here's the picture on Copano on 20. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 pads with electricity, and there's the address on it. So they have the ability to do 4, just like I have the ability to do 4. They're paying $668 in improvements. I'm paying $168,000, and this is 2 lots down. And I certainly don't mind paying what they're paying. I want to pay the same thing that my neighbor's paying.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
all right. Got to stop you here. You'll have some
Okay.
more time later. So Eamon, you got 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, so help me understand real quick. So this is an aerial view. You know where you are. This is Copano
Yes.
Ridge. All right. Y'all own this one, right?
Yes.
How many spaces are where? There's 4 here,
No, there's 8. There's 8 in this one.
8 there.
Okay, and there's 1 at the very end over here.
Okay.
One lady stays here, and these other ones are just storage junk pile right here.
Okay. Well, again, I'm mostly looking for septic hookups.
Right.
I mean, so there's 1 here and there's
No.
8 here.
Oh, septic hookups, there's 4 there and there's 8 here.
Okay, so there is 8 here.
There's
Okay.
8, right? There's 8 there. We just don't have room to put 8 campers because we put them way too tight.
So
That's our problem.
okay, so you really only have 4. How many are actively being used?
1.
Oh, just 1, okay,
One's a freebie,
okay,
and we only have 1. There's a lady at the very end that's there.
okay, so there's currently 4.
Right.
This one, I don't know, what's going on with this one, I have no idea.
Right.
But there's a couple things happening. One is, the number of spaces is wrong.
Right.
It should be 4,
Should be
not
4,
12.
Right.
And on top of that, there is a neighborhood improvement adjustment this property got picked up on, and it's one of the worst things about how our trailer parks are is I have to keep yoinking neighborhood adjustments off of RV parks because it's putting 40% extra value onto the trailer pads because there should be 40% extra value added to a house on Coconut Ridge, but, so that needs to come off. They're currently not 10,000 a space, they're 14,000 a space, and they should be 10. So, so it should just be the land plus 40 grand. That's what it should be. That would be correcting all the funkiness here.
158,700. Anything
What is
else?
it, 158,700?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's, those are good points. This is chasing a lot of little rabbits.
So if you need it, you got 2 minutes, but I'm gonna ask, are you good with 158,700?
Actually, what I'd like to pay is what my neighbor pays.
Yeah,
And
we
I
need
mean,
to
this
look into that. You
Yeah.
shouldn't.
This is my
Yeah.
comparable and it's
Gotta be
it's
something
like
going on.
2 houses down and he's paying $660. And I'm paying
What's
40,000.
his- Okay, what's his assessed value?
Oh.
That's what we look at.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll look into this.
Yeah.
So
102.
102,000, okay.
And there's another one at 22 Coconut Ridge Road. And there's another one at 32 Coconut Ridge Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're all,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
paying $660 for one spot. And obviously there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and they all have their hookup. There.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Which one did you say was paying $600 for improvements? What's the
20.
account number?
20. Or property ID.
He's looking at tax. I think he's looking at tax here. We don't
That's
look
okay.
at tax.
That's okay. I
We-
mean,
we
what's
just-
the,
We just look at assessed value.
Is it 15682? Is that what I'm looking
15685.
at?
15685?
Got it.
There's just a single individual person's RV hookup. It's not only is it not a park, there's only one, and it's just deteriorating. I mean, it's just a single space. It should be, there's 4 spaces, there should be 4 spaces. But this is the one that he's talking about. It's
15685.
the one, the big one. Yeah, there's 4. We got pictures. Yeah, well, here it is, right here. And here's the front gate, the locked gate, and they come in from the back over here. This is on Dead End Drive on the other side. And it was 1, 2, 3, and then there's a camper on 4.
That
that's,
looks like 15682.
yeah, that's a different one, and that one does have the same problem, actually. It has a neighborhood improvement adjustment on commercial trailer.
Because the big house right there, that's a swimming pool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
15685. Yeah, just the one that you're taking pictures of is 15682. That's the one that the
Oh.
photos are of.
Yeah.
20 Coconut Ridge Road.
Correct.
Okay.
And that has,
Here's another one. This is 22 Coconut Ridge Road, right next door. And there's one on this one.
okay,
And there's one on him, and he's paying $660.
that,
You know, this one here on 2020 is paying $660.
yeah, this is gonna be people's RV
And
hookups.
that's what he looks like.
Here's
that 20 and 22. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah, I've
wrong
seen pictures.
address.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, they're the wrong property ID. This property has $60-something thousand worth of improvements. You can see it right there.
Okay.
And that really.
Oh, I was just looking at
Need a
that.
note to correct that as well, that this
Yeah.
one doesn't need neighborhood improvement adjustment either.
That's the one I pulled up where it says 20 Coconut Ridge Road. And I wanted to look at his because he has 4 on his, exactly like I have 4 on mine.
Yeah, those
they're
are
identical.
exactly like yours,
They're identical.
including the mistakes.
Yeah.
They're exactly like
And
yours.
he's paying $660.
No, he's not.
Okay.
That's just a different property. This account is not what you took pictures of.
Okay, this is what I pulled off the Arkansas, whatever, Aransas.
Yeah, yeah.
CAD.
Well, the photos aren't from our website though.
Okay.
The photos are just a different address. Scott, what's the street address of 15682?
Is 26 Coconut Ridge.
That's 26 Coconut Ridge Road.
Okay,
That's 26.
Well, it says 20 on here.
Well,
And then literally, this is.
we're the ones who
Oh, I
tell
know.
you what your address is.
Oh, okay. No, I'll be like, wait a second, this is 12, this is 16, this is 20, and this is 22 right here. Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
y'all got it.
I guess the question I have is, what's 15682's appraised market value?
155,910.
155.
And their sites are also have a Coconut Ridge adjustment on it that needs to be fixed.
Slightly different land, could be a couple of little things, but it's in the ballpark.
Where
you
are
know,
we coming?
We're through there 2 minutes, so it's time for closing. So Eamon, you got 1 minute for closing if you need it.
I don't.
Okay. Any final thoughts? 1 minute for closing?
No, I just want to be paying what my neighbors are paying. I have no problem paying what I'm supposed to pay. I just want to pay the right amount.
Yeah.
Be fair with me, with the neighbors
So it's
too.
good you caught some stuff that needed to get caught, so that's good.
158.7 with the correction and the removal of the neighborhood adjustment.
Is that correct? Is that the correct figure though?
Is that, yeah, Scott, is that, if you remove the 140% neighborhood adjustment and move it down to 4
CTP.
CTPs? Should be.
What was 20 Coconut Ridge ready to pay it?
We don't know what they're paying. I mean, that's not this office. We're concerned with appraisal.
No, that's fine. I
property,
just wanted some comparables. and that
Dollar
was-
figures of appraisal.
That was my like comparable. That's, you got the same lot I do.
Right. I mean, they could be paying more or less depending on homestead exemptions or
Okay.
what they have on it or what, you know,
Not on an RV park.
if it's an RV park.
It-
The
the
You
ones
gotta
we're looking
supplement
at
the
is-
property, go in and make your changes. I have to go do some things to
Okay.
Okay.
do it.
What Amos said, land plus 4 CTPs would be 158.7.
Well, what's your rate for your spaces?
Oh, 325 a month.
325.
Yeah. And we've
So-
literally had we have one person, we've had a whole year, so we're literally losing money.
Sure.
And we pay the water and the sewer and the garbage pickup.
People don't find out.
I'm gonna make a
That came
motion on
about
case
from
ID
bad stuff, you know, we had the
2021-1035, account
That's why we split
15690.
spaces for our project.
When considering
Then we
Q1
had freezes,
incorrect
then
appraised
we
market
had
value and
19
Q2
inches
appraisal
of rain,
ratio
we had
exceeds the
people
median
coming
level
in
of
that didn't
appraisal,
come in.
equity
It's been
value,
a tough year.
that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $286,700 down to $158,700.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed.
Okay, thank you all very much for your
Sure.
time.
No worries.
Good evidence.
Good luck.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for taking the time to hear us out, helping us out.
Did we do right? Did we do this correctly?
Absolutely.
You brought good evidence, pictures.
Good evidence and facts.
That's your, no, that's theirs. That's
And
theirs.
you read your notice, which is good. Not everybody does that.
We showed up.
Everybody
Thank
does
y'all
that.
very much.
Take care. Thank you.
Take care.
Nice guys.
Right over there. This case 1834,
Good morning.
and you are
Page
married?
five.
Yes.
Top of page 5.
Yes.
You're married?
Yes.
Pronounce your last name.
Shufo.
Got it.
CH sound.
Just had to know.
He knows I didn't try. You got him and throw it away.
There's no bearing on it.
Okay, Mary, we have some administrative we need to go through
Okay.
as we get started here. Toward the end, I'll ask some questions. Just follow along with me. We're opening a hearing on case 1834?
Yeah.
Count 23-481.
Yeah.
This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will also contain instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with us to further pursue an appeal. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence? Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Swear. You want- But yeah, read the statement. Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. State your name. Mary Trufo.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mary, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No.
There should be no, it's over here. This sheet that's covered in Mylar, that is the procedure that we'll use throughout the hearing. And there are two major columns there, which indicate one, if you speak first, the other is if Eamon speaks for the district first. Which would you choose? The governor says you get to choose.
I get to choose, huh? I guess you guys might as well speak first.
Okay,
Okay, this account is 23481.
Now, what is this?
Oh.
Good question.
Oh, this is so you can track.
Okay. All right.
It doesn't behave super well.
Oh, so it's the same thing I have here.
Yes.
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 All right.
Yeah,
I'm a
paper,
much
paper.
better person than I am.
All right, so last year, this thing was certified at 85,820. This year, it was noticed at 192,810. This is a small warehouse at the end of Holiday Beach. Before the kind of the last turn you make before you're driving through coastal wetland. Coastal plains. The warehouse is 2,400 square feet. And it was given a value based on market rent of $8, which is normal for broad valuation of warehouses in all of Aransas County. That's where the value came from for the notice for 2021 for 192,810. The equity grid shows other warehouses. They were all given the exact same lease rate, same cap rate, same vacancy. The only difference is going to be in tax rates. Higher taxes, lower value. That's where it came from. The sales ratio report is other income valued properties and how they're selling, and it's helping us stay on top of market value. It's working pretty good. This property is not worth $192,000. It doesn't mean you can't sell it for that. But We have better information now, and I will let the property owner tell us about the characteristics of the building. What it's like. Actually, it was some time, I'll just ask. This is just like if I'm understanding this correctly, there's no plumbing in this building, right? Is there any kind of electrical finish out other than lights? Okay, there's just some lights and the door is just a door.
Yep,
What's in it? I might ask.
boat,
Okay. Lucky.
yeah. Where we live, we can't have anything sitting out, the HOA doesn't allow it, like it's happening on the driveway or anything. So we bought this way back when, just to store the RV, the boat, and our trailers. And then my daughter moved from Florida, came here, and she said, where am I gonna put my trailer? I said, we got the property, we can put it there, you know, so it's sitting, it's strictly a second garage is what it is.
Okay.
Well, I think it's worth more than the 86,000 it was given last year, but I think that it's only worth 108.
Would that be at $6?
I'd be at $4.50.
$4.50, okay.
The Chris Crowley submarket.
Right.
Okay. The question that I have in this whole thing is,
Yeah, one second.
Oh,
Just be
I'm
sure.
sorry.
You done?
Yes.
Okay, so now you have 2 minutes to ask any questions and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you
I
7
just
minutes.
have the question on, how did you come up with an income, a potential income to raise my property taxes and values?
So it's just an approach to value. So there's three, you can either look at sales of property and compare your property to property that's sold. You can do a cost valuation, which is where you just add up what it costs to build something and then add a markup for making money. And then you can do an income valuation where you figure out what a thing's worth because of its relationship to rent. So a house that's worth $1 million will rent for more than a house that's worth for $100,000. So it's just a way of getting to the property value. The income valuation is just a little more maintenanceable because a lot of these warehouses don't sell on the open market, or they sit just doing what they're doing for a really long time. And if the value continues to depreciate and the value just keeps creeping down over time, while what's happening in reality is your real estate value is slowly going up because you have real estate in Aransas County, then every time one of them sells, our number is going to be so wildly different that it's like something's really wrong here. So basically, the cost value was incorrect. We could have just updated all of our cost schedules. It's just that doing that year over year is not going to be as reliable, and it's not going to be fair to everybody to do it that way. It's a lot better to do it on the basis of, because if you were to go to sell this to somebody, they may not use it for exactly what you're using it for. They may lease it to somebody, but they're not going to be able to lease it for $8 a foot a year, which is the average. And it's because it doesn't have, it's not finished out.
Why am I penalized for what could be? It should happen when you sell the property and what they do with it.
So the Texas Constitution says that taxes are ad valorem, they're according to the value of the property. In California, when property is sold, whatever it sells for, that's its value. And it stays that until it sells again. And so if you have a property you bought in 1955 for $80,000, you're at $80,000. And if I buy it this year for $3 million, now I pay $3 million. And my neighbor who's still there from 1960 is paying $80,000.
Right.
And Texas doesn't like that system. I don't think that system is very great. It ends up making for wacky tax assessment. So we just value the property as it sits. We were looking for the market value. And the only reason I think 86,000 is too low is just because it's worth more than that now. Just the land in the building is worth more in 2021 than
32 to 44 makes sense. Yeah,
That's the land.
that's the land.
Okay, yeah.
The building is older I mean, it was built, well, it was built way before we bought the property.
Right.
It was built in like 2000 or something, wasn't it? Put on there? And it was a move on to boot.
Sure,
It wasn't brand new.
right.
So we have no idea how old the building is, and the depreciation on that building, the value of it is,
Well, the thing is, you don't calculate depreciation from the historical cost. Depreciation is calculated from replacement cost new. So as replacement cost new goes up, your property's value is gonna scale with that. Because, you know, you could build this warehouse, you could build a house, for example, in 1930 for a very, very tiny amount of money. And then you're like, well, the building's depreciating, so my house is worth $800. That doesn't even make any sense.
I understand the percentage of depreciation, I understand that.
Well, I'm saying you can't depreciate it from what it costs to put it in 20 years ago. You'd have to depreciate it from what it would cost to build it today. That's how you calculate.
Yeah, well, that's just not real today.
Well, it's very high.
It's very high.
Cost valuation for a warehouse would be,
I mean,
imagine calculating labor today. You'd have to, people are going past San Antonio to get labor to build buildings and warehouses of concrete. So it'd be extremely high. So that's part of why doing these things on an income basis is gonna keep that sort of thing from going too crazy. It's more fair, it's more sane year over year, until buyers and sellers and landlords and tenants all agree that things are worth more, they're just not worth more until they are.
except for the areas, depending on the area where it is, depends on the value.
Right,
And Holiday Beach is not exactly high end.
I agree.
You know?
Just to let you know, you have 2 minutes left.
Oh,
If you want
Well,
to
and-
tell us something else, or you had evidence, so.
well, the only thing I've got is an RV park that's there.
Oh.
It's up for sale right now. It's on 2 lots and it's selling for $199. That's the selling price. Now, you know, everybody sells higher than what the appraised value of the property by the appraisal department is.
That's called us failing. That's us not doing our job. We're supposed to
Well,
be within 5%.
I hate, they're probably gonna be here.
Yeah.
You know, if it's anything, because I mean, we're talking that's not even half a mile from my house,
I don't think so.
from the property.
Did you hear the offer, the decrease that the district was proposing for you?
No, I don't think so.
108,000. So to go from 192 down to 108 is what we're proposing.
Well,
Is that
that's
acceptable?
Fair, I
It-
guess.
Yeah, it's basically.
I'd like to see
basically
it a little lower.
Well, it's a $10,000 increase in your improvements and
From last year.
from last year. Okay. And basically the land, which you had said seemed reasonable to go from 32 to 44.
Right.
So basically what we're talking about is a $10,000 increase, with including.
To each.
Yeah, to each.
I guess.
To go from
Look at that. That's-
85 to 108.
Yeah, I expect things to go up. I mean, I'm realistic.
Okay.
The
Well, if you're-
value is
If you're
there.
okay with that, then we can cut to the chase.
I mean, I'd like to see it at
Everybody will.
99, but you know, or, you know, right there, but if that's all we can do, that's, I guess I'm stuck with that, aren't I, pretty much?
Seems fair to me.
Okay, yeah. Land is going up. These warehouses are going up. I mean, depreciation's going down, but people are paying more for them, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we kind of know where that's coming from too.
Yes. Very well.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1834. Account number 23481, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $192,810 down to $108,000.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
We're done.
We're done. All
We're
right,
done.
thank you.
And if I had all the rent that I had paid Larry Pierce at the boat in.
It's exactly why we bought it.
Since 1994.
Mhm.
I could have done this, and I tried to do this, and you just didn't have it work
That's
out.
part of why people that own something that's not leased, the income valuation is relevant because you're.
Well, it's
You're not
relevant,
paying-
but it's not fair because
Well,
I'm on a
that's
fixed
exactly what you
income,
just said.
you know, I'm
And the
70 years
hell of it
old and
is,
retired.
My boat sits outside,
Okay.
and my boat in storage building is full of my wife's Christmas decorations and stuff from 3 houses that are, still
Is she
in the
listening?
stages of dilapidation. But yeah.
Yeah,
Huh?
Is she listening to YouTube?
Oh, here.
thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Take care.
Thank you.
Next one's gonna be case 1596.
Bottom, page 4.
Everybody's been positive today. Right, better over here, and then we'll do the other chair for you.
There you go.
Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get started. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions when I get down toward the end. We are opening a hearing on case 1596, account 54153. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is us four around the table here. Eamon is the district representative. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/RSS-survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It'll also have instructions and information about how you can appeal that if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
There isn't much, but because there's nothing on our property, so.
But we, okay.
But that's what you have.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Parrish, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Read the statement out loud and state your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District.
I do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District 2 and 3.
Get those signed.
And would you state your name out loud, please? For the recording?
Station.
Edwin P. Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Complete of the action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I'm obligated to ask you if either of you hold a Texas appraiser's license. Thank you.
It's last two, back and forth.
But finally,
The first one's the first one's perfect.
Okay, on the table in front of you is a sheet of paper on a Mylar. That is the procedure that we'll follow throughout the hearing. And there are two major sets of columns there because you get to choose whether you go first or Eamon goes first for the district.
Okay, so we need to just,
You need to
Whether you wanna
decide.
go
Decide if
first.
you want to go first, if you want Eamon to present his case first.
you can go ahead, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
Eamon, you have 5 minutes.
All right, so this account is 54153. It is a pretty much a piece of land. It's on Holden Road. It was certified last year at $43,330. This year it was noticed at $68,820. There is a, since there's a utility hookup for an RV here, is there?
Mhm.
Like yes, okay, so there's like some septic or something there, electric. Okay, so we have that, that has a somewhat nominal value, it's like $5,550 for that. A carport covering and a storage shed. The sales are going to be land sales, so the value changes because the land tables will work in this area. The only reason land tables ever change is because of sales. The sales being provided as comps are the sales of 2295 Kirby, Aransas Pass, 1120 West Moore, 1325 Longoria Road. This isn't a land grid, so it doesn't show you what they're paying for this per foot. Arguably be per acre. The one on 2295 Kirby sold for $99,900, and it is 61,000 square feet. And the subject is 105,000 square feet. On Westmore, 94,050 was for 217,000 square feet. 1325 Longoria, 69,000 was paid for 217,800 square feet. So the median value of what is happening out there would say that your property would be, this thing says 72,440 because it's the type of grid that it is. It's not really normalizing the land. It's not doing the land correctly. It would be 83,260 just based on if yours were to sell like the rest of the land has been selling out there. So that's the only reason the land table changes because people are paying. But people pay for land. That's what land is worth. And the equity grid is other properties that aren't necessarily sales. They're just other properties on Holden Road. This is on a land table, so it's all going to be the same price. It's pretty uniform out there. So our median value for equity is exactly the notice value, 68,820. And then what is the sales ratio that we're covering? Burton, Danforth, and McCampbell. So our weighted mean there is 1.1. So the general gist of it is $43,000 for land that was selling for a lot more than that. And then the land tables get changed. That's it. That's what I would.
Okay. You have then 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask some questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation to tell us your side of the story.
The only thing we've ever done to that property is to put the utilities on there.
Okay.
And we put a roadway in that place. And, when ARB came, it took everything out. So we just did the camper out there. That's about it. We put that storage up there, the carport. And basically, the only thing we've ever done with that property since we owned it. That's to clear it. It was a jungle when we bought it. So now it's a nice piece of property, but that's all we do is live out there in a little camper right now so we can build our home. That's all we've ever done with that property.
Okay.
That's the only improvement, I guess I could say, has been done is the utilities and the roadway on that property. Other than that, we've never done nothing with that property. It's the same as it was when we bought it 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah, we agree about that. The improvements are what little utilities there are is depreciating by itself. The thing that changed was the land value.
Yeah.
I know it's the same. I'm not saying it's better. It's just worth more than it used to.
Yeah.
That's it.
Based on sales.
Oh, yeah, everything else around you.
I would, I'll tell you this area between Rockport and Aransas Pass has seen the most, in proportion to what it used to be, the hugest change since the hurricane.
Oh, yeah.
This stuff used to be dirt cheap. And now it's getting to where people are filling it out with everything from RV parks to two-story homes, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. And it was like, it was just historically undesirable and now people just want to fill it out. So.
whatever was dropped off of that property, what was that? Because I didn't pay attention to that. They took money off of that. What was it?
They lowered it or something.
They lowered it.
That was the improvements, which is basically your trailer or whatever you have around.
Yeah.
It's everything other than the land value. And it was just depreciation. Okay, because there were no other
There's
changes.
time and salt air and, you know, maybe it's not, the utilities eventually will be out of code, you know, all those things are depreciation factors.
But that, what that was?
Yeah.
They took off, was it 5,500 or something?
No, the 5,500 is the value of the improvements. What actually got changed, $120 is all that got removed from last year. The big change to the appraisal was the change in the value of the land.
The actual land.
Yeah.
That's right. So the value of the land itself is what.
So it's when you start putting stuff on there, is when it goes up. When we put a house on there, that'll.
Well,
Is that
that'll-
significantly high? You see that?
The improvement will change.
Well, the land will stay the same, but
Yeah.
yeah, you put a house on it.
Of course, it's
The
gonna jack
improvement
up.
value goes up, yeah.
And so all we did was put our pool, well, and Harvey leaned it too, that nobody would come straighten it. We had just put up, so I guess the ground was still a little soft and my neighbor's like, I'm worried. I'm like, they won't do that.
Y'all are planning on building your place out there? Well, I will tell you what your place is gonna end up being worth, is
Yeah.
gonna be more than what you're gonna spend doing it. Because that's why you're doing it yourself, save money. So it'll be a good situation.
Truck, we own an 18-wheeler, so we're truck drivers, so we're gone every week. We collect, okay, I gotta come home and cut the grass. Trying to get a home there.
When you do build a permanent home, you know, if that is your permanent home, be sure and apply for a homestead.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
most
So
definitely.
it hasn't been done.
No.
Oh, no, you gotta put a
can't-
homestead there.
You can't
have to
homestead a
put a home-
trailer.
Yeah.
You can't homestead a trailer.
No.
Did not know that.
It's 'cause it's movable.
Kind of late.
You know, an RV, you know. Mobile home.
Mobile home's
Something
different.
different, a permanent.
A mobile home can be homestead like home. It's an RV. You're saying that,
Right.
yeah, I wouldn't have figured that. But I figured mobile too, because it's on wheels.
They always take those wheels.
That's why they take
They
them
drop-
off.
They drop them off and they take the wheels, even though they're yours.
One of the deals about mobile homes, they can reel it all the way.
Okay, anything else?
Well, that's about it.
Okay. Bear with us. Amy, you got four, 2 and 2 if you need it, okay? You
And-
got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. Okay, we kind of said what we were
Kind of how it is.
gonna say here, okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1596. Account number 54153, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at 68,820.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Good.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
all right.
Take care.
They'll take care.
Thank you. Have a good day.
That's it.
That's it?
Seriously?
Well, they may have letters or some other stuff.
No, they don't. I can definitively say.
We are recessed until 1:30.
Got that. That was the issue.
Well, yeah, there were a couple that she renamed. but-
She renamed those first two and they worked too brilliantly. This last one, just
Yeah.
every time I touch it, it would just go back to the
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw what he did.
Yeah, no, I
Pulling it up
know.
and sticking it in there. and-
Really torture. You strap me to a chair.
Here.
in front of the TV, show like that.
But just-
Stephanie's first
Hello,
page,
hello.
329.
Page 5, on the page.
Sit in the big boy chair.
The big boy chair.
You don't want to be at this.
Case number 329.
As intimidating as this is, I want to be over in the corner far away as possible.
Does anyone know?
I'll go get him.
You got him, thank you. And then his evidence is gonna be on a drive.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That's all right. We might.
This-
We
We might be able to open.
This says it's by phone, so you need to leave.
Call me.
If you want, you can sit in the parking lot on your cell phone.
That's true.
Justin, is it?
I think it's the.
Yes, sir.
section.
Okay.
Yeah. it- 'cause it's
Uh, We have some administrative to go through before we get started.
Sure.
So just, if you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you near the end.
You got it.
We're opening the hearing on case 329, account 28131. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q5 other, and it says incorrect value of non-ag timber land. Did you mean incorrect appraised market value of your property?
Yes, of the 2 acres.
Okay, all right, so that would be Q1.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The 4 of us are the review board. Eamon is the representative from the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value and also includes instructions and information on how you can appeal further if you don't agree with us.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence on the stick, right?
You've got about as much as I can give you in 5 minutes that I was out in the parking lot.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
Yeah. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
So I get to state my name?
Yes.
Do I need to read that? I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Dustin D. Wilson.
My name's Eamon Burke. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Dustin, I have to ask you, do you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. The sheet of paper under the Mylar that's right in front of you has a procedure that we're going to follow for the hearing. And the first thing we need to do is have you make a choice of whether you want to speak first or whether you want Eamon to speak first for the district.
I'll speak first.
Okay,
Okay.
you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes to begin with.
So basically, I just took a couple of pictures of my neighborhood. And what I'm disputing is the $26,100 per acre
that they're appraising the 2 acres at. That's just part of the neighborhood. I don't know if you'll get more than one picture. There's a burned down house at the end of the street. One of the RV parks that's at the end of the street. I don't know if you'll have any more pictures or not on there, but basically, if you had an overview of of Johnson Road between 1069 and the 35 bypass, there's very few nice houses in the neighborhood. And we have, that trailer park is the one that started the 100-acre fire that burned up the volunteer fire, the Rockport Volunteer Fire Department truck.
Oh, no.
And another truck. Because one of the tenants was pissed off that he was getting evicted out of the RV park and started a fire, and that grew into, it was just crazy. So I'm just here to see what there might be able to do. Since you said my value of the property the property value was at 26.1 thousand per acre, I decided to sell 5 acres for $125,000, and no one's bought it yet. So I'm just not getting what you're saying, and that's the only reason why I'm here.
How do you get to Johnson Road? I know where it is.
So Johnson is,
drawing a blank.
yeah, Johnson is between Smith and Holden. And if you left here and you went towards Aransas Pass, it would be on your right-hand side past 188, almost to the Aransas County line.
Okay.
Almost to Allen Samuels.
Yes.
So it's on the right-hand side, and it just runs between 1069 and 35 bypass.
There's a pretty good wreck there periodically up on the bypass.
Yeah, and every time there's a nice wreck right there, they direct traffic right down.
Right down your road. Yeah.
So, but there have been some very serious accidents in that crossover.
Yep. No doubt.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, we'll have more time later. Okay, so Amy, you got 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, this account is 28131. Last year it was certified at 251,660. This year it was noticed at 270,180. Single family residential home on Johnson Road. House is a 5 FB. It was built in 2012, has an effective age of 2012. Sales grid, so the change year over year was the land value. The land tables got worked out here. There's 2 ways you can get land value. One is by seeing sales of vacant land, and the other is by abstracting land value out of improved sales. Both of them need to work in order to justify a land table change. The comps that we have, the first one is just a few houses down on Johnson Road. It's a 4 MV, so it's an inferior styled house. It was built in 1983 as an effective age of 1993, and it is on a bit more land. The land value there is a good little clip more, but it's sold for $260, indicating a value for the subject at $274,653, which is largely due to differences between the structures. 2246 Murphy Road is a 5 MV that's a very similar class to the subject, but it was built in 1978. Sorry, yeah, 1978. It sold for $251. Next one is 43 Porsche, 5 FB, and it sold for $209. When adjusted to be like the subject, the median value is $273,560. That's what we could expect it to go for in today's selling conditions. The equity grid is not necessarily sales, these are other homes to see if we're appraising this property in a way that is equitable. And the median value, when adjusted to be like the subject, is $267,167, which is indicating a negative adjustment. It's within the margin of error for our mass appraisal, but it is a negative adjustment from the notice value. And what follows is a Burton and Danforth sale ratio report for this whole area. And we're at 1.1, 1.09. That's where it came from. Only the buildings, the improvements depreciated from last year. There's no neighborhood improvement adjustment. The value is either in the land itself or in the location, and the location is included in land value. tied to. So sales activity prompted the change. I will point out, if you have 5 acres for sale for 125, it may have just not been on the market long enough, and somebody may actually very well buy that. But it's also possible that it doesn't scale 1 to 1. If you sell 1 acre, you'll get more per square foot, square inch, square eight, whatever. You'll get more per unit than you would if you sold 100 acres. So that might be part of it. It wouldn't scale up. If you had 15 acres, we wouldn't say it's the same per square foot as 2 acres. But I would not be shocked if someone bought 5 acres for 125 out there. So that's what the change was. The change was in the land table in your whole area. Everybody's land table changed. And we're not saying that your property is different. It's just worth more than it was last year. That's right.
Okay. You have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I would just say that if you drove down Johnson Road and looked at the neighborhood, you probably wouldn't take your kids there and build a house in some of that area. So that was just my coming, this is for informational purposes for me, and if I can get the value of the land down some for the total overall taxes, that would be my objective.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, Eamon, you got 2 minutes.
These pictures show the rest of the street, what he's talking about.
I don't think so. We can buzz through them again.
Yeah.
All those pictures are not of my house. They're of the neighborhood surrounding my house. And unfortunately, I ran out of time and knowledge on how to get the 15 pictures downloaded in timely fashion. But basically, we're surrounded by either automotive type businesses that have nothing but cars and stuff in there, or there's the RV parks and just rundown trailers.
How far are these things away from your house? Because we're looking at Google Earth shot. It looks like pretty nice houses around yours.
Yes, I have the 4 houses that surround me are very nice. It's the ends that you are outside of that particular picture that are the ones that tend to be the company.
Okay. All right, Eamon, you got 2 minutes if you need it for.
No, I don't.
Okay. So we'll go to closing. So you went first. Any final thoughts? Got 1 minute for closing if you need it.
I just don't know that the value of the land is really worth the $26,100 per acre, and that would be minus.
Eamon? 1 minute. Okay. What's our time? Actually, I'm not going to assume from here
Eamon, I'm trying to make sense of some of the stuff on the sales grid.
Okay.
How close is, no, this is right next door. This is 2375 Johnson Road. The land square footage between the subject and comp 1. That's my eyes are failing me. It's 3 times the size, it seems.
Yes. Once you get, the reason for that is broadly speaking, once you get off the road in this area, Johnson, Holden, Murphy, even on the other side, once you get off the road, the land value is very, very low because it's really wet. There's trees.
So the first comp is just barely on. I mean, you could pick up the account number, but that's all it is.
Yeah, most of the value in these things is in the residence.
Okay, because there's the land value in comparison to the subject is just, it seems real low on that comp 1.
Well, it's just, if you keep going further back into the woods, you're not really adding much useful. You know what I mean? And you can look at the picture and see some of these houses are set really far back. Pretty normal to have a single house on 10 acres.
What's the property around you?
Comp two, Scott, it's a
Behind you,
little more.
kind of all around you.
Yeah,
Let's
right,
go lakes.
right.
Yeah, that's my property.
That is your property. okay.
Yes, sir. The county uses my tank there as the drainage.
Okay.
And so from May 1, the property's been it has been into my property, into my 2 acres. But of course, we've had 50 inches of rain since May 1st.
So the 2 acres you just cut out for the residents.
Yes,
and the
sir.
rest of it cattle.
I own 3 10-acre plots. And so, yes, I have 27.09 acres that is surrounding the house, just
I
for
see.
cows.
Okay.
Tick the box here, since she's got contiguous land.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I wasn't listening, I'm sorry.
71, 177, which completely surrounds him, also belongs to him.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. So the 2 acres is out
Is the
of
box checked?
3 different plots there.
You know what I mean?
And how big is that other?
So 30,
No.
what is it, three
Really?
10 acre pieces.
I own 29.09 acres, and we have 2
Should we
acres on
check
the
it?
homestead and 27.09 acres for
You all can
ag.
Got it.
tell them those.
Amen?
Yes.
The box is not checked.
Yeah, it's not going to be, there's a productivity valuation on the surrounding acreage. So it's ag. So,
It's ag.
yeah, it's ag.
Uh-huh, okay.
I'm just not seeing any reason.
Well, there's a small adjustment based on the
Yeah.
equity grade,
Yeah.
267, 160.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-329, account 28131, when considering Q1 and correct appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 270,180 down to 267,160.
All in favor?
All right.
All right. Not a whole lot, but it's something.
Wish I could help.
Hey, man, I just glad to get to come over here and speak my mind and
There you go.
take up your time and hold my appointment.
You did.
And you did.
That's right.
I guess that's the downside of taking the land out of the ag, putting it in the homestead. I guess.
Yeah, you
I think I'll get
No.
125 too. But I think it's,
Saving way more taxes.
I have to list
Yeah,
it
the
first. I got to
improvements,
sign on
the
the road.
improvements will always.
Yeah.
The improvements will be not frozen, but
You're playing on
they can only
something.
go 10%, but not the land, they can put whatever they want to on the land.
5 acre strip on, I bought the land in 2011 as
But
an
the ag
investment.
exemption is pretty significant.
Besides,
Yeah.
maybe cut it
Yeah,
down to
you
1
know,
acre.
you just.
Here you go, you can have your monitor rack.
Yeah. It would,
Plug me
well,
back in.
it's, I'm only going to
Yes,
sell
I did.
170
Um,
wide and 1280 deep.
I disconnected the
So it would
USB key
mirror
if you want to
the-
yank it.
The property that's to the east of me. So it's a 5 acre plot. I told my wife, I said, why not, we bought it as an investment, why not try to make some money on it when I paid 105,000 for the whole 30 acres.
Yeah.
So if I can sell 5 for 125 and put a little money in the bank, maybe I'll be as rich as you guys are in this.
Put some deed restrictions in there.
I'll trade you. I'll trade you yours.
Put an envelope. Put an envelope.
Oh, okay.
But no, really appreciate you guys' time.
No worries.
It's always just a learning process of trying to figure out what you can and can't do and you come to the minds that are behind it all. Just kind of get to know you, say hi.
Good enough. Growing up, not always cracked up.
That's right.
Pay attention to details. There you go.
Do you guys need me for any more?
Nope.
Nope.
We'll be getting a determination in the mail a little better, and that's it.
Appreciate you guys' time. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
That's a big tank. You can go water skiing in there.
That's about shin deep
Yeah.
from experience.
Okay, then I will create a big.
You also need a V8 cap and excavator, keep those things navigable. All that runoff, all that runoff that the counties were using for dirt and sand and all that.
Yeah.
Silt in.
Anybody else out there?
No, I don't think so.
And that party. I kind of wanted to ask, but I didn't really want to deal with it. Lady just wanted to discuss the party work.
You can't. Yeah.
I didn't understand what the party is. I didn't understand what that is.
I didn't either, but we're not supposed to discuss.
Starting to Google it. Starting to Google it.
Actually, a lot of the 130s were 1, 2, 3, at least 3 of them were the same person. Show up.
I was one of 2 severe. The other one were. The door successfully closed. And I was screaming so loud. I was making it. I was screaming so loud that these pulled me so pulled my mom over. See the south. All right, I guess it's 9 by 9. Man, it hurt.
absorb some of the cool. Yes. Thank you. No. Well, wait a minute, wait a minute. You have probated will, correct? That's all that you have.
I always remember when I came in here, pay my taxes at the end of 2018. Just as I walk in the door, I think to myself, you know, I don't think I'm in the right place. I think I need to be over the tax assessor collector's office. And so, but you know, I must have had that, you know, that kind of unsure,
Puzzled look, yeah.
but confused look. And Barbara goes, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm here to pay my taxes, my property taxes, but I'm not sure I'm in the right place." She goes, "Yeah." She goes, "You only pay here if you're paying cash and you don't need a receipt." I mean, without cracking a smile. And I went, "Good one."
Just put the money in the bag.
Yeah.
So do we have to wait another 15 minutes or what?
So
Policy and then
wait till 3:15.
What do you mean?
for the
1:30?
1:30
Well, the 1:30 is
over.
it's over.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, the 1:30 was
Just because
over.
somebody shows up, that leaves the door open.
No,
Right.
1:45. The window closed on 1:30.
At 1:45.
1:45. 15 minutes.
So he got in under the wire and
Yeah.
everything was cool. So now we're waiting till 3:15.
Yes.
Pause that thing. And pause that thing.
For
The voice part.
the mute part.
294?
294.
We're opening case 294. Account 42509. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q14. Q14 is incorrect damage assessment rating for property qualified for temporary disaster exemption.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is the four of us around the table. Eamon will be sitting over there in the position of the district representative. I hope. At the end of,
He's actually there, you just can't see it.
at the end of the hearing, you may complete the survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will also contain instructions and information about how you can continue to appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir, you do.
Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear or affirm to the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District as true and correct.
State your name.
I'm sorry,
State your name.
Thomas Diaz de Leon.
Thank you. And then just sign. Yes.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. De Leon, I am obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You should have a chart in a Mylar cover. That's the procedure that we're going to use throughout the hearing. There are two major columns on the chart because you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you like to do?
I'd like to speak first.
Okay?
5 minutes to begin with.
Okay. We'll start now.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to, part of my evidence is that my house was built in 1994. It's on pier and beam, and it has 2,152 square feet. As a result of the hurricane, the foundation has moved, so it needs leveling, which I have not been able to get done. So that is one factor. The other factor is that I had the house financed recently, about a year ago, for $150,000, and that's what I could get refinanced quick and low. I do have and have had flooding. I do have a lot of flooding on my property. I provided the pictures of the flooding, and I had to dig a ditch to get the flooding and driveway drained out with sump pumps that I had to buy 2 sump pumps. And also the back of the property, I'd say 20% of my property in the back, there's a natural flooding pond that I call. And you can see it from the aerial view of the picture that I presented, that there is that pond back there. Every time it rains, it floods to my property, about 20% back of my property. I have not done any improvement to the house or to my property. And also, I would like for the appraisal office here to provide me at least 3 comparison homes that are on pier and beams that would compare to my value of my house. The comparison that has been given to me or houses that are on brick and slab, and my house is not on brick and slab. I would like to see where I fall in houses of pier and beam compared to these houses on slabs. Finally, I got pictures. You've seen the pictures of that I have. The fence needs to be mildewed because of all the rain. And also you can see there's a boat barn up in the end of the road on A1 Hill Road and bypass. There's a big old boat barn, and I got traffic every weekend. We got people coming in out of town from San Antonio, from Houston, and they have boats, and that traffic up and down A1 to 1069 or out of bypass, it's a constant thing during the weekend. To also include, there's a trailer park at the end of 35 and 188. I'm only 2 streets away from that, from 188, and that's where that huge trailer park is at. So just wanted to bring that up as a concern that the value of my house, I don't think is justified.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, you have more time later. Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
You said that you had your house refinanced for 150.
Yes, sir.
Would you be willing to accept 150?
The reason why I refinanced is because I got divorced, and that's what I had to pay to
Right.
my ex-wife.
But I'm just saying you have a financial institution that's saying, I'll collateralize 150,000
Yes.
property. So, I mean, can we at least just agree on that?
I would say at 130, 130,000.
Okay. Well, I mean, all right, so the subject property last year was noticed at 130 or certified at 136,950. This year it was noticed at 189,490. There is a $38,845 cap loss because it's a homesteaded property. The subject property is subject to a homestead over 65 exemption. The the sales grid is sales of properties out in this area. Murphy Road, Johnson Road, Murphy Road, Armstrong, and Sawyer. This is on A1 Hill Road. The subject is, depending on which comp you're looking at, some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger. So like you said, some of them are nicer. The subject is a 4SS minus. The first comp is a 5SS. So it has to be adjusted down to be like the subject. Meanwhile, the last comp needs to be adjusted in aggregate up because it's so small. It's only 676 square feet on Sawyer Lane. So it's a third of the size for the subject. The median indicated value based on what market activities out there is 193,608 for this property. And the equity grid shows median indicated equity value of 197,194, which we're below at 189. And then there is a sales ratio report that follows. When was your freeze? When did your freeze go into effect?
The freeze.
When did you turn 65?
I turned, well, I'm 74 right now.
So are you aware that changes in your property market value will have almost no impact on your taxes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm protecting the value.
Well, and just so you know, once you're frozen, it benefits you for your market value to be as high as it possibly can. Because that exemption is protecting you from whatever your market value is down to whatever your taxes are frozen at. The bigger that gap is, the more it's covering for you. If your market value stays depressed, if this place were to blow away in a storm, you would only be protected for a very limited amount of value. So it really behooves you for this to be as high as possible, not for it to be as low as possible, because you don't really pay anymore for it. Just putting that out there. But anyways, that's it. Sorry, minutes.
Okay, you done?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you want to ask more questions or, no, Mr. Daly.
If anything, I would agree, it's, at last year's, appraisal, which was 100 what,
Excuse me, last year it was certified at 136.
136. I would be happy to settle for that amount.
So at 136, he loses his entire cap loss. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, there won't be a cap loss, but it'll likely have no impact on his bill one way or the other.
Right, and then the following year, if it goes up, then he has to come in and protest again to
If he
try to
wants-
keep it low.
If he wants to, but it'll still have no effect on his bill.
Taxes.
The bill's gonna stay the same forever.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Anything else you want to tell us?
Well, the last thing I'd like to bring up is to consider the flooding that I have in the back of the property because of that aerial view shows a natural pond that fills up and overflows to my property, and when we have a whole bunch of rain, it definitely floods. And it's hard to pump out all that water. I had to dig a ditch all the way to the street, and hopefully it goes out. That's all.
All right, Eamon, you've got then 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
I do not.
Okay, we'll go to closing. Any final thoughts?
No, sir.
Okay, Eamon, anything?
No.
Okay.
The bank says.
Yeah,
That's fine.
you wanna correct. It's not gonna make any difference really in the, okay.
And just to be perfectly clear, your appraisal does not affect your tax bill.
Because I'm frozen.
Correct.
Yeah, because of my age and
Okay, just want to make sure you understand.
And as a matter of fact, because tax rates are going down, get the.
So I move on case ID 2021-294, account 42509, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q14 damage rating. No evidence is given on that.
That doesn't, he's not qualified for that.
There is no damage assessment rating. on this
There is
property.
no damage.
I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 189,490 to $150,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, thank you very much.
Okay.
You'll get a letter in the mail.
it'd be lowered to
150.
150.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, I think anytime something increases, people get,
Yeah.
they don't think through the whole thing sometimes. That's just personal aspiration.
So it's cap loss will lose, so.
This will have absolutely no impact on the bill this year.
Yeah, but that cap loss will be reduced tremendously, right?
No, because his cap loss was holding value about 150.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. No, I
The only time it's a problem is if a tornado comes and just eviscerates his entire property. And he says, I'm gonna build a new house again. And he builds a house that's just a $280,000 house. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just building a house, a 2,200 square foot house.
Sure.
So he builds a new house. Well, now he's on $70,000 worth of land, whatever it is. $63,000 worth of land plus 270 for the house. And by law, new value, bigger, better, superior kind of character, and that is measured in dollars. It's the dollars that are bigger and better. It's not covering him for that. So his freeze will be broken from whatever his previous market value
Break
was
the freeze.
to whatever it is now. You want that number as high as it can go.
Get it.
And if you move, you want it to be covering you for as much as possible. And if you get permits, you say, hey, I want an $80,000 permit to rebuild my property, they'll tell you, we're not giving you an $80,000 permit on a $99,000 house. You have to level it, you have to redo it, you have to make sure it's up to elevation.
Oh, there's that aspect too, yeah.
Yeah, so it's,
Okay.
it seems in the short term like it's helping, but it's not. It's really
Okay.
not.
This is Sylvia. It's gonna be case number 261.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Sylvia?
Yes,
Ah, very good. I just want to make sure I had the right person.
yes.
We have some administrivia that we have to go through.
Okay.
If you'll just bear with us, follow along, I'll have some questions toward the end.
Okay.
Opening a hearing on case 261, account 88176678. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest, both Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. This is the review board, 4 of us. Eamon is the district representative. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. You'll get it in the mail and by snail mail. When you receive it, you also get instructions and information about how you can continue to appeal if you don't agree with our number. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Sylvia Samuels. I'm also a state certified residential appraiser.
Ooh, that was the next question.
There you go. Found one.
Then why we
Found it. Thank you.
Are you appearing in that capacity or are you appearing for yourself?
For myself, but I just wanted to disclose that
I understand. I was about to ask you that question. That's why they're laughing at me.
Oh, well, see, I read it on the, no, so you should disclose it. So.
Because I ask everybody that comes through and
Taking 3 months now.
Yeah, right.
everybody grins at me. David?
Yes. Oh, I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you. In front of you, ma'am, you have a plastic, there you go. This is the procedure that we're going to use throughout the hearing. There are two major columns there because you get to choose whether you speak first or whether Eamon speaks first for the district.
Okay. I'll let the district speak first.
Okay.
Hang on, just a second, I'll be out here in just a second. Oh. You're fine. Okay. All right, the subject property is 8817670. Last year it was certified at 85,820. This year it was noticed at 192,810. It is a warehouse property on the bypass. Near Rodeo and across from the bypass from Murphy Road. It was given the market rent $8 per foot per year, just like every other warehouse in Aransas County. That's where the value came from. The cap rate is the CoStar indicated cap rate for light industrial in this area plus the tax rate. That's where the value came from. The equity comps are other properties in this category. They're warehouse class 2. The only thing that's going to be different between them is either excess land or size. So the only adjustments to make for that in the tax rate, you'll get exactly the same value if any of those change. Then what follows is the sales ratio report for income producing properties in the area. And they've heard me say this a million times, but between when the notices went out and now, we've gotten a lot of information from people, sales, leases, all kinds of stuff. And it's good, it's specific to our market. And the lease rate for this property from an equity standpoint across the whole county is more like 6 and not 8. Which is good to know. This one may actually be worth all the marbles just because it's on the bypass, but I don't know that yet. And from an equity standpoint, I'm totally fine with I'm offering that to pretty much everybody. As far as an adjustment to the market rate. $8 is just like a broad average. There's some stuff that's 12 and some stuff that's 5, you know. $8 is just the indicated average for the whole county. But there's enough warehouses around here that are not, they don't ever show up in CoStar. They don't answer when CoStar calls and CoStar doesn't know to call them. And the lease rates are just slightly lower.
Did you give a number?
That's what I can.
No. What's the bottom line?
Oh,
Value be.
$145. I'll have to, you know, that's in anticipation of our analysis for next year. With a little bit better data.
145 is that?
It's based on a depressed market rent, that it's not $8, that the average is really more like 6 instead of 8. But that being said, how this property is situated, stuff on the bypass lease is for extraordinarily high amounts. And it sells for a lot. So we're gonna try to, we're not trying to make it high or low. We're just trying to find where it is, but I'm trying to be conservative while I'm doing it. So that's why I'm saying, you know, I think yours might be okay, but out of a sense of being fair. I don't want to not offer you what I'm pretty much offering everybody else.
So I can ask questions now?
Yes,
Okay.
he's finished, so.
Okay, so I was looking at it more market value, what we could sell the property for, and you're looking at what it can lease for, which I
Those are
didn't
the
take
same.
into account
Well,
because,
they should be arriving at the same
8, 8,
destination.
okay, because
1, 7, 6, 7, 8.
I don't see how the building is what really increased in value. You know, I mean, that was a huge increase.
Well, the building,
So I don't understand why the building would more than double in value when nothing's been done to it. It's just a metal building. There's not even insulation. There's no services to that area. We can't even get insurance because there's no fire hydrant within the recommended range, it's way off on 188. So every insurance we get gets canceled because there's no fire hydrants. And then I was just looking at what things have sold for, because I was looking at market value, not so much the income. And, you know, this pages of sales that I received, I mean, they're varied from 87 to 5 million. So half of these don't even apply to our property. You know, I'm looking at, you know, this one on the bypass sold for 120 and it was 2.5 acres. So I'm thinking, you know, how can that be? The building was pretty similar. And then there was another one on Highway 35 North that sold for 128 and it was on 1.72 acres.
Wait,
I'm looking at the list that you,
Celebration.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at your stuff.
oh yeah, I haven't got to that.
Okay.
So, I mean, and then a lot of these just aren't similar, the ones that are in Rockport proper or in commercial or in Fulton. I mean, those are all different markets.
Yeah, so just to-
sell for so much more.
Yeah.
So when you lump them all together and take your ratios, it's just not.
Okay, so this is
accurate.
every single property that's being valued on an income basis that's sold in the last 2 years.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter what type of property it is.
Right.
If you were to look up just sales of retail spaces or doctor's offices or something like that and only show the doctor's offices, there would be like one thing.
No,
And
I
so the report would
understand.
be meaningless.
No, I
This is
understand.
saying like, our properties that are valued on income are producing accurate market results. Almost none of these are warehouses.
Right,
A lot of these are like stores and stuff and boat storages and mini storages and things.
right, and they haven't even sold for what our properties assessed for,
Well, sure, so I mean,
you know.
things that exist that are worth.
I
less
mean,
than
if
the property.
we could put this on the market and sell it for 192, we would sell it tomorrow. There's
Yeah.
just no way.
Well, I think there definitely is a way.
Well, I mean, I know things have gotten, I know what values have done in the last year, so,
Right.
but it's still,
I haven't seen any warehouse space for sale on the bypass for less than $500,000 and God knows how. I mean, there's the larger, nicer ones are like $1.5 million.
so what
They've just
about,
gotten,
what about these that sold? I mean, they're not anywhere near $1 million. I mean, that's not a
It's
$1
the-
million property,
I
not
don't
even
think
a
so.
$1 million location. And then there's some here that,
it
that,
totally is.
that have been listed for 3 years that can't sell.
Yeah.
For 150, 199 on 5 acres. Been on the market for 3 years and can't sell.
I mean, what it boils down to is last year we had 85 and under $86,000 of this. It's worth more than $86,000.
So I agree with that, but the jump, I mean, is there no cap?
No.
From 86 to 192, that's like, you know,
Yeah, there's
That's-
nothing to limit non-homestead property year over year in the value. So the only thing that would stop that from happening would be if property owners came in and said, hey, my property value has just been kind of deteriorating for the last 10 years. And I don't think that that's what's really happening. I think my property value is going up. So let me give you some information to help you properly evaluate my stuff. The result of that was you pay more in taxes. So nobody's gonna do that.
right.
So these things just sit there until they get done, and once they get done, this tends to jump all at once, but part of the reason you can do it better on an income basis is every year there's leases. There's always leases indicating, you know, a place that's worth $1 million will lease more than a place that's worth $100,000. So
Absolutely.
that'll track with it and we'll be able to maintain it and it won't be, you know, another 20 years and then all of a sudden an enormous jump.
Right,
It'll just be a little bit more stable
right.
year over year. I don't think, I think that you really could rent this place for $8 a foot a year, and people do. I just think that since we're doing a mass appraisal, it's fair to put you in the median, which is 6, you know. But I think that you might even not be aware of how valuable stuff is on the bypass. It's kind of like
I'm
the
aware.
spot to own land.
I
right now.
understand that, but I just cannot see how it,
Is this
Increase.
currently leased to anybody?
no, it's,
Okay.
it's a business, John runs a business out of there.
Oh,
He's
okay.
on-
And he doesn't,
and I own it.
he doesn't lease it to you or anything like
No,
that?
no, we just own the real estate together.
Okay.
Owner occupied.
Yes,
Well, you have about a minute and a half left in your time, so.
okay, So what I had brought was just some sales that I didn't see on your list. And like one was at 2130 Highway 35 North. The large warehouse, 5,000 square feet. There had been restaurants, churches, so it's gotta have some improvements inside. And it's on, sold for 160. So, I mean, that's a larger building and it's Highway 35 frontage. And then I had two that just been on the market 3 and 4 years that aren't selling for 150 and 199. And they're more acreage and larger buildings. So I'm just more used to going by market value, what you could sell the property for than lease it. I mean, market value is what someone's willing to pay comparing similar properties. And a lot of what was on your list was just not at all comparable. The only ones that were the lower priced, you know, just a plain metal building with no improvements on an acre.
So imagine you were trying to value a warehouse, every warehouse, like you're saying, based on transactions to sales comparison. And then imagine you also are not told what any of them are selling for. So you know they're being bought and sold.
Right.
It's your job to be on top of it.
Right.
And you're not allowed to know what the numbers are. How are you gonna do it? You're literally being blindfolded and told to be accurate.
Right.
So unless people were willing to disclose all of their sale prices, we have to use a different approach to value, or we end up having fictional numbers and stuff. You're at an advantage in that, at least for stuff that's sold through MLS, you can get data on. We can't even get that. So we don't get anything.
Right. But the sales that you do have.
Those are like, people come in and talk to us about it. Those are like from the horse's mouth. by
Right,
and
I
large.
understand that, but they don't support the assessed value either, in my opinion.
Our ratio on those is doing really well. Our previous, the sales ratio for income value properties is largely commercial. Our commercial stuff, last time we had a property value study, our ratio was 71%. So across the board, boat storages, stores, anything, office space, all of it, we were at 71% on average. You could just pretty much rely that we were over a quarter low on every single thing. And when trying to talk with the comptroller about our values, the thing over and over was that our data isn't sufficient. And we'd say, we don't have any data, we don't know how to do this, we don't have sale prices, and we can't do it on income because you gotta pay for data to do the income stuff. And they told us to do it, do it.
Well, I can see on boat storage that income would be very important because you make a lot of money on boat storage. This is just an independent person running a business, and he's not gonna be able to rent that and make as much money as a boat storage place, you know, where they get.
I think per foot he'll make more.
Yeah. You'll have more time later.
Oh.
You've got 4 minutes, 2 for cross and 2
No,
for
it's okay.
Buttle if you.
Yeah, I
need
mean,
it.
but boat storages per foot are just cheap, like $4 a foot a year, cheap. Some of them are even less. And
No labor.
yeah, you don't have to do nothing. And warehouses
Mailbox.
have to be extremely off the beaten path, no services, just barely something to keep the rain off to get to $4 a year. So it's just how we're gonna be able to maintain it. I am also in agreement that it should, at least for this year, warrants a negative adjustment. I hope that we can get better and better data as years go on, knowing exactly what the effect of being on the bypass is. You know?
Right, I mean, they're not, oh, I shouldn't talk now.
No, it's okay.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of improvement going on there, but it's gonna take years before it's worth as much as people think it's worth. I mean, there's land on, that's been for sale forever, people aren't buying it, it's not like it's a hot commodity. I mean, yes, it is a good location, but I think in the years to come, it will be. But right now, it's still just a lot of vacant land.
Well, and that's the
and
thing,
for
if you go
sale,
just on
you
sale
know?
prices, you price in a lot of speculation of the future. Leases don't have any of that. You know, I'm renting something this month for what I can afford to do this month for this location. I'm not leasing something with any thought to what my property value is gonna be in 6 years, because I don't own it. I'm just leasing it. So
I just
That's
think
what-
market value is hard to determine for income, especially for a property that's not one that generates a huge amount of, you're saying it's per square foot. I think we'd be hard pressed to rent that property. There's a lot of buildings for rent along the bypass that aren't renting. They've been sitting there forever. So,
See what they're asking for lease.
yeah, and they're not going, so,
They're holding the market up as high as they
So-
possibly go.
So I just think it's just a huge increase that's not warranted at this time.
Okay. Yes, Eamon?
No.
Okay. So Sylvia, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
No, I just don't agree with the valuation at this time. I think it's extremely high for just a metal building on an acre. All the sales I've seen that are similar properties are much lower on larger acreage. There's a lot of land for sale. There's a lot of things for rent. I know you base it on income, but I just don't see that being a big producing. It's not like there's both storage and, a lot of improvements to rent. It's just a building with nothing to it, not even insulated. No utilities, you can't get insurance on it. There's no fire hydrants. So that's about it.
Let's go to closing then. Eamon, you got 1 minute to close? Okay, 1 minute if you need. Okay. It's hard time.
145 is consistent with your 3 comps that you picked out there. It's less than those 3 comps. And the 145 has some basis with $6 a square foot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it was market.
Hey, Scott.
Because it's not insulated, not air conditioned.
What's the values on 65903?
Limited utilities will mark it down a little more. $5 per foot, would that be too low?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
65903,
Yeah.
it's a house,
No,
$323,000.
no, it's a fam shop.
All right, it's $323,000.
It also has a house on it.
Let's see, I don't know how he does it.
Okay, let's do 65902.
Yeah, that's okay. The other point I might make,
144,610.
What is it?
144,610.
144,610. It's next door.
okay,
And that just went way up too.
yeah. The thing, and maybe you can explain a little more detail in a minute or two. The thing that motivated the change to go to the income approach was the comptroller coming in and pretty much demanding that they take all warehouse properties and shift them into the warehouse or the income approach, which has this sticker shock effect in the first year. Although I don't disagree that even at that, based on the features of the improvements, that even that, like you were saying, Robert, $6 a foot helps, but it's still.
Yeah, all businesses are not alike.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I personally haven't got my head around yet in terms of the income approach, in terms of how those are accommodated. Some of that is the first year approach or the first year effects of this shift to income, where a lot of these things, there's not enough data, good data yet to accurately and adequately accommodate those kinds of things.
Yeah, what the comptroller basically told us is y'all's values are terrible. They're really low, and that's not okay. And if you don't get them right, we're gonna give the school district a nice fat fine of a couple $1 million. We're not valuing your property at what it's worth. And the categories that are isolated, that were especially egregious were the commercial properties.
Scott was
And
saying
we
another
said, well,
10%.
how are we supposed to fix this if we're not
That's
told
very
what things are
generous.
selling for? And they said,
Well,
you do it the same way we do it,
well,
the
the
same
issue,
way Fee
the
Appraisal
issue
do it, the
is,
same way
the
everybody
issue
else
is,
does
is
it. You
that
do it on the
in comparing
That's how you
repair
do it.
shop to,
And then you get a realistic value.
you don't take into consideration. It just doesn't take into consideration the fact that boat storage needs 0 employees. It has 0 expenses other than just basic upkeep. With,
I think
with
even it out
a
because like you
repair
said,
shop, they have
But I think our cost value
employees,
is
they have,
broken. That's not a good cost
they have
value,
more, they
$86,000.
have
That's not replacing cost
disposal
minus
of waste,
depreciation.
they have.
We're not valuing the business, we're just looking at the building.
was 75,000.
Yeah, right, but it's still,
But the
there's
reason
still,
that they're looking at, they're not
So
looking at,
you have to
they're
do
looking at the
replacement
income
costs.
possibility
Now, I
of the
understand
building,
that, but it still
and it
didn't
would
go
be
from
better
100 to
used as
150
this, so
increase in
why don't you quit
I
working
just
on
didn't
boats
know
and
that
store
put a
boats
new
inside of it,
metal
it's just
building like
small,
this on
to make any
opposite
sort of
the house,
income,
and they got
because
it
a
for
boat storage
90.
is huge.
So.
and this is where,
This is very, this is a very small building.
We're not
It's a
doing
very
that.
small
Storage
building.
is $4 a
That
foot.
was with markup, so, you know.
That takes into consideration the fact that it's cheap.
Yeah, I mean.
What's $8 a foot? Where's this $8 coming from? Because we were talking about.
$8 is the overall average.
the,
$4
and this
is
is
the
another,
boat storage.
another
$6.
reason why the granularity that you have, where we just have WHSA with no indication of anything more granular of, okay, well, what's the application? Is it a boat barn or is it a repair shop, you know, and that kind of stuff.
Or a drive-through car wash, or a liquor barn,
I
or
mean,
a.
these are all things that we're not going to solve here today, but
But Charlie suggested in lieu of your
Uh-huh.
10%, 135.
okay.
For that. Okay. I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-261, account 8817,678. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value of this property from 192,810 down to 135,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have nothing, I'm sorry.
No, it's here too.
Yeah, that's right. It
Well,
just
that
takes a
next year,
while.
definitely. Here, John's pretty good with this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, when I, with all these taxes, I can't get insurance, it's like, let's just sell this place.
Don't sell it for 110.
Okay, we're done.
That's it?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Thank
all
you.
right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. So we'll just get a notice in the mail. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, appreciate your time, nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4.
What is,
Possible lucky winners.
Oh,
Let's see how many rounds.
can you give us a couple of words on the value of the sales ratio report as it might pertain to income producing warehouse?
It's just showing that.
It's gonna be case number 64 and 63, there are two of them.
63 and 64.
It's working.
63 and 64 on the
Commercial
same
property on
affidavit.
cost is never gonna work.
I don't know that, okay, we can talk about it later. I don't agree with you on
The
that.
case
Well,
numbers?
it's never gonna work because we
The case
can't,
number?
we don't have
just
enough.
63.
Yeah, and you
63
look
and
at the range, which
two different
comes back to the lady with
Last name
the
is
the big things, right?
Hello,
Did you?
Very well. Manuel?
Yes.
Do I have it right?
It is 63.
Okay, we're,
I've never seen a
We're
number
gonna
that
so
little.
little.
I've never seen a number that little.
we're gonna have to go through some trivia before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
Just follow along with me. I have some questions when I get to the end.
Okay.
Keep me honest with the 63, 64 business. We're going to be opening two cases, 2021-63, 2021-64. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest in both cases, looks like Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. The review board is the four of us around this table. Eamon is the representative for the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created that will have our determination of value. It will also have instructions and information about how you can continue to appeal that, what rights you have in case you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence for these two cases?
Yes.
Okay. ARB members are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.f as it relates to case numbers 2021-63 and 2021-64.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to cases 2021-63 and 2021-64.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166 relating to cases 63 and 64.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to case number 2021-63 and -64.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Yes.
Yes.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Yeah.
For the case number 2021-63 and 2021-64. My name is Manuel Ángel Estrada.
Thank you.
My name is Eamon Burke. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Manuel, I am obligated to ask you if you have a license to as an appraiser in the state of Texas. A licensed appraiser, are you in a
Driving license?
No,
Yeah,
a license for.
appraiser's license?
No, I don't.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, you are sworn, sorry.
The document under the Mylar page there shows the procedure we'll use throughout the hearing.
Okay.
There are two major columns on there because you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you like to do?
He can speak first.
Okay, then we're opening a hearing on the first one on 2021-63, account 88-20282.
Okay. This property is, last year was noted, certified at 153,260. This year it was noticed at 401,690. This is a 5,000 square foot warehouse on the corner of Corpus Christi and Hardy Street. The entire 5,000 square feet is enclosed space. The subject was given the market rent of $8 a foot for warehouses in this area, and that's where the valuation came from. Every other warehouse almost every other warehouse is getting the exact same rate. And in the time since the notices, we've had people tell us about their leases and how much they're paying for property. And there warrants an adjustment to $6 instead of $8, especially for kind of prototypical for properties like that. But the value at $301,267. And to think of it another way, that's to say, if it were to have a tenant in there, you should expect that their lease would be about $2,500 a month. Which I think is pretty accurate. All right. That's all.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask him questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. Okay. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
I built this building a couple of years ago, and I protested as well because they were trying to charge me too much. I present all the documentation at that time. This time I couldn't find what they charged me to put the building together. But I do have the what I've been paying for the taxes, on 219 and I think 220 or before. I've been paying 2 years already taxes on that, but I lost the I guess the proposal or whatever they when I pay altogether 120,000, and I guess they went of that. But I did present all the documentation at that time.
Okay. So if I understood you right, you said 120,000 to build the building?
Yes.
Okay.
For everything, to put it, because I paid with Mueller, I think it was 50,000 with Mueller, and then for the concrete it was 40,000, and then the labor to put it, all together.
All right. Anything else? You'll have more time later. Okay, Eamon, you have then 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Are you using this warehouse or do you have somebody with you?
No, we're using.
Okay. What is it like inside?
It's just material and units that would sell with the air conditioning.
Okay.
And we have units, to resell.
Oh, okay. What do you sell them out of this building? Like, do people drive up to this building to buy it?
No, we just keep it there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're in the air conditioning repair business.
Yes.
So is there like an office in this thing or?
We have a small office.
Okay.
Yes.
And the rest of it is just a big open
Yes.
thing. Okay.
Electricity, no air conditioning.
We have air conditioning to the office.
To the
I would think you would have air conditioning. Yeah.
To the office.
You guys have it.
Water.
We have well water.
Yeah.
And we have a small restaurant.
Okay.
And
City sewer, or is it?
no, it's a septic tank.
Septic.
Also, the road is really bad.
The road?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Corpus Christi. Yeah.
It's hard. Yeah.
Yeah. See, this one switches back and forth. Yeah.
I'm getting 250, and that would, I'm gonna put a note in here for. This would be a WH1 next year, warehouse class 1.
He still has 2 minutes.
Okay.
Actually, Eamon has 2 minutes. If you need to.
Oh, no.
You good? Okay. So you have 2 minutes if you need it to tell us anything more, and we'll go to closing.
I think that's me. Say.
Okay, all right. Eamon, you got a minute to close? If you need it? Okay. Any last thoughts? You got 1 minute for last thoughts?
Well, I don't mind paying taxes, but overpaying that, I mean, it's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's our time, 250, okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-63 and consider, and account number 8820282. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value. Move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $401,690 to $250,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Case closed, open case. 2021-64, account 44722. Well, do you want to go first, or you want Amy to go first?
They can go first.
Okay.
Okay. This property is account. Okay, so this is 44722. Last year it was certified at 124,250. This year it was noticed at 184,620. This is what used to be the Twilight's Meat Market. It's right over there, Facts Meat Market. It was a empty building for a while. Sat there for a little bit and then got purchased and became a meat market again. I guess that's the thing to do with this building.
And a very good meat market it is.
All right. And then the property was valued just like the other one. It's a metal building, so it was treated as it was treated as a warehouse, utility building. When this thing was, this was vacant for a while. So there was no telling if it was going to be retail again, or if it was going to end up being somebody's storage space. That's where the value came from. It was purchased a couple of years ago, but it was purchased damaged. And it's been remediated since then. So that's pretty much the score on that one. It's now really more of a shop than warehouse. It is a metal building, but it's a store. Meat market.
Meat market.
Pretty
Is this you guys?
Yes.
Good stuff.
that's it.
Okay. So Manuel, you have then 2 minutes to ask him questions and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Can I go with the presentation, I guess?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I pay 40,000 for the meat building, and yes, it was damaged. We fixed it up, but we only spent like 35,000. And it's and that's already with coolers and freezers and things like that, because we replaced everything. But I think it's the value that they trying to say is too much for what I put in the building.
Okay, you still got 6 minutes left.
Is that
Yes.
Is that it? Okay. All right, Eamon, and you've got 2 minutes and 2 minutes.
So typically, something that is easy to miss is when you do something yourself, you're doing it to save money, right? It would cost you more to pay somebody else to do it. And if you do a good job, you end up with a thing that is worth something. So the $30,000 you spent doesn't include you paying for what value you bring to the table. Your work, your ability to make decisions, your ability to plan and to get things done, or to even do the labor completely. If a house was only worth what the materials cost to build it, nobody would ever make $1 selling a house. It has to be worth more than it costs to build it. Everything does. So I would never expect this thing to be something you could buy for $40,000, put $30,000 into it and call it a day. As a retail store, it's worth more than 185. It really is, like, because it is a retail store that, you know, it would be higher than that. So I think that our value is pretty conservative. I know you don't have a whole lot of money in it, but it's because you've done a good job and you saved a lot of money, you know? But if you were to go out and buy this, you can't buy this from somebody for $90,000. You know what I mean? You'd be crazy to sell this to somebody for $90,000. That would be a bad idea. You know what I mean? I mean, would you want to sell this to somebody for 90 grand?
You wanna buy it? I sell it.
I know.
It's yours, give me the money.
I know a lady who was trying to buy this building looked at buying this for a gym, and she couldn't buy it for $90,000.
When I say $35,000, you know, all the coolers they're used, they're not brand new. I mean, can you imagine that with everything new?
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
just one cooler, it would be about 25,000.
I'm just saying, if
So-
you really were willing to sell this to me for $90,000, we got you. Because I'll sell it to someone else for twice that tomorrow. I'm just saying, like, it's worth more than that.
Well, it is, yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, but we've been working so hard to keep our life, you know, by and being travel all the way to Austin, sometimes farther to get, you know, coolers use.
Right.
I mean, I can afford new. So, I mean, when I say 35, I mean, the most that I spent, it was on the houses when we fixed that. But everything else is used.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you've done a good job.
Okay, still your time, Amy. Got anything else? Okay. Manuel, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. If not, that's fine. But go ahead. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I mean, it's been so hard for us. I mean, we try to, you know, to work and we face on one thing or another, you know, and just things are being so hard to bring things up, you know, and if you know, with taxes like that, I mean, so we're gonna be ending selling it, probably selling to him.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I mean, like I said before, I mean, I don't mind to pay taxes, but I mean, it's they put in a price where we cannot, you know, pay. I mean, it's so hard for us. I mean, I think I'm not the only one. I mean, I see more people coming.
We'll go to closing. Amy, you got a minute to close? Okay. Any final thoughts?
Well, whatever he's asking is too much. You know, I mean, it's worth more, but it's not. It's not. I mean, I know it's worth less than what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's our time. Let's see much reason here on this one because it's a working retail storefront.
How much a foot are we on this? This is $8.
Yeah. Building's been fixed up.
Had a lot of work done.
Yeah. What do you think, Scott?
Did you peruse the income calculation worksheet, or did you understand what was? what was
I
in it?
didn't understand. I got the letter, but I didn't understand what.
What this basically says is if you guys run the meat market, right?
Yes, and we're not making money right now.
Right, so if you sold the meat market business to somebody, but you kept the building and the land, and they said, I'll pay you rent, and I'll run the meat business, but I'll use your building, then it would be expected that you would be charging them $1,600 a month for their rent. Pretty reasonable. That's where that value comes from.
However, if you run this as an owner occupied business, right?
Yes, yes.
And do you rent this back to yourself or to your own business?
Not right now.
I mean, I don't have any data to change on the worksheets.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-64, account 44722. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $184,620.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Manuel, we're done.
Okay.
You got one reduced.
Keep working on the air conditions.
Yes, I'm gonna sell the new market, I guess.
Wish you would.
I wish you would, yeah, I come in there regularly. You have a great business.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You'll get a letter in the mail.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
What do you have?
I believe 397 is the next. And it's a Zoom.
Which is what? Oh,
It's a Zoom call, they're waiting.
Which is worse?
Do we have any word on 669, 28423?
What?
Are they confirmed absent?
I have two left
Oh,
on my
never mind,
list.
that's 130.
I have two left on my list. So there's this one that is.
Yeah,
what you
no.
doing? Oh, this is a Zoom.
397.
What's the last
What I
one? The
told
last one, David Gibson and Sue Chapman.
This is Buckmeyer.
Yeah, this is Buckmeyer, but.
What about, what about Chapman?
Right.
They're still on here.
You can get Hugh Chapman or
Yeah.
David Gibson.
Gibson, I think, is settled.
I hope so.
6422.
Yeah, yeah.
Status is waiting.
Okay, so I mean, usually they're not,
It's always
they're
annoying
like
whenever you
knocked
send
off.
people.
Oh, I haven't knocked them off yet.
Right, like that's,
Okay,
like,
yeah, well,
usually by now,
mail
I
it
mean,
to
it's.
And
you
they
know,
don't
an
send
hour
it
into
back,
it, so.
and then they don't show up for their hearing, and everything goes back to
Oh,
undoes
yeah,
everything.
again.
Because we're not allowed to change anything.
So Val, don't knock
And
anything
it's
off
like,
as a
please just
show.
show up, or turn the thing back in or something. You know, help me help you.
Let's check the range, right?
This one, that sounds right, that sounds right.
It is. And I want to say, David Gibson came in and protested his house.
Yeah, it does sound, I don't know, I talked to him a couple times.
Nice guy. If it's the same person, I'm thinking hey, buddy. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Right.
Okay, what number?
Yeah, it's the whole thing and so it should cool better. Thanks, Bob.
Why not?
$397.
397.
Mr. Buckmeyer.
I heard
Okay.
$397.
Okay. I found several, but I don't know exactly what you need, so that's no big deal. Is there not a generic lead or some sort of something? Okay.
A chair?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. We're doing Zoom. Let me visit with Paula this afternoon. I don't know if it's,
Oh, gotcha.
air conditioner, how much?
See them?
You're right, probably don't. Yesterday was because it was entertaining.
I was just gonna say, why do you need a chair? There's two open chairs right there.
Because they've got a little cheap. Doesn't have to be.
That's why I was confused. I was like, we have extra chairs.
I was gonna say,
I don't know why you bother. I mean, just-
Oh, you love coming here.
Beth is gonna be entertaining.
Sorry?
Beth will be entertaining for you.
Yeah, right. So you're the replacement for Steve. My buddy Steve.
So let me know when you're ready to have Mr. Buck.
28. Okay, all right. Let me call you in the morning.
Still here.
I was saying he's been on here for
Yeah, I think he's
over
been
an
on.
hour.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been on.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes. What case?
397.
Are you ready for me to admit Mr. Buckmeyer?
Yes, sir. You may do so. David?
Oh, just a second. It takes a while to get up. Mr. Buckmeyer?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, David, we can hear you just fine. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you?
Good. How are you all doing?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you would just follow along, and I'll have some questions down toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 397, account 28195. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
Okay. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Let me see what you can see. The Appraisal Review Board are the four guys around the table here. And the Amon is the representative for the district who just raised his hand at the other end. Got us all?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. The Controller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. That may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. After this hearing is completed, you'll get a letter in the mail that includes our determination of value and also includes instructions and information about what you can do to appeal again or appeal further if you don't agree with us.
Okay.
That's code section 4145H. All written material has not been provided, must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, right?
Yes, I sent that in and I called and they said they had received it.
Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. David, I'm assuming that you are under oath for this duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am obligated to ask you if you have a license, if you are a licensed appraiser in the state of Texas.
I am not.
Okay. Do you have access to, or do you have handy the hearing procedure times chart?
I'm not sure what you're asking. What was sent to me?
Yes, it was sent to you. It's a one page. It's a chart that has the times.
Yes, the 3:00 PM
Oh, no,
or
for the
Elements of the hearing.
agenda. Do you mean for the agenda?
No,
Oh,
this is a chart, which I can't show you.
When protester goes first, when district goes first.
oh, yes.
yes, I did find that online.
Okay, great,
Yes.
Yes.
great.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you're asking.
It's okay. We don't understand when you're saying it.
Then you know that there are two major columns to that chart. And one of them is if you speak first, and the other is if Eamon speaks for the district first. So
Okay.
which do you prefer?
We would prefer to go first.
All right.
And I have
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, and can I share my screen with a presentation? Is that
We
acceptable?
have all of your evidence on our tablets. So if you'll tell us where you are, we'll follow along.
Okay, okay, I guess I'll just do it this way. I put some of that evidence in a PowerPoint. What I guess I will do is just quickly go through that PowerPoint in the order I did. So
Did you share your screen?
no, I did not. I can't, or did I?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Is it okay if we share the screen?
Yeah, it's okay. You just turn
Okay.
the monitor over and it should work fine. Scott.
Yeah, I'm just moving.
So, one moment.
Oh, it's not
Okay.
allowing it.
It's fine. I'll do it this way. Okay, so our reasons for protest are incorrect appraised value and a value unequal with the other properties. The appraised value by the Aransas County Appraisal District was $134,850. We submitted evidence of the settlement statement showing that our purchase price was actually $107,500. And so that for us questions the validity of the other comps that the appraisal district has offered. We don't understand why that difference is there. We also believe that we overpaid for this property based on some post-purchase findings that where we found there's significant foundation issues, and those are resulting from excessive flooding based on the boat barn LCC. I provided photos of that flooding, and it demonstrates the water coming from the bar ditch, overrunning that bar ditch because it's too small, and flooding coming from the front of our property, completely flooding, including underneath our house, which has caused the shift and caused additional interior damage. And there's photos of that in that evidence as well. In addition, we've documented numerous trespass and theft issues with transient neighbors that come onto the property regularly, including theft of things as simple and silly as light bulbs to garden hoses to air conditioning units. And then so that settlement statement is included in that evidence packet, as are photos of the other items I just discussed. As far as the value being unequal compared with other properties, I guess for now, I just want to focus in on property 28192, which is immediately behind our property. And that's the ACAD comp equity number 4, which was appraised at 106,340. It's identical size, fully cleared. It's fully fenced, has a very nice pond with a larger home being 864 square feet. The appraisal district has appraised the values the same for the land and their home was valued at only 41,000, slightly over that, where ours is nearly 73,000. We believe the land appraisal for our property should be less. Since our fence is ineffective, half of our property is overgrown, the significant flooding issues and the transient neighbors that I mentioned. Our home value is appraised at $97 a square foot, and we do not believe that's the case. We believe it should be similar to the $48 a square foot, given the issues and the cheap finishes and things like that within our house and the foundation and whatnot. And for us, it appears that the class unit assignment of a 4 FB plus is inappropriate and was assigned based on the age rather than the condition of the home. Therefore, we are suggesting a proposed value for the land of somewhere about $50,000, being $20,000 an acre. We believe this recognizes the increased value of land in the area, which we do understand. That would be an increase from 38,700, so almost 5,000 an acre. We also believe the home should be valued at about $32,448. That's the $48 per square foot. That's also similar to the mean proposed appraisal values, the mean of the proposed appraised values that I provided in table 1, being $48.94 a square foot is that mean. So that would put a total value of our home at somewhere around $82,500.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, you'll have.
And then the other evidence, I mean, there's additional photos and things, or many photos and things within that packet.
Okay.
If you guys want to see the pictures, we have to kill this screen, which doesn't kill the audio, but.
And I guess I provided all those pictures, but I thought I could actually share a screen with a presentation of a selected number of those photos. So I apologize, I didn't realize that.
No. Did you send the pictures in?
Yes, I did. It was on a flash drive that was provided with the document.
Yeah, they were on a USB drive, USB.
And it said that was acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, let us take a moment to look at those because we have to do a little computer work here, but we'd like to see those.
Yes, and the flooding, the reason I say it's with the Boat Barn LCC, that's just 2 properties up from our home. We've talked with the county engineer and they said they do have a grant to try and resolve some of that, but it is a known issue. And so we have not been able to do anything to the home since we purchased it until that's obviously resolved. It completely floods our entire property.
They got a retention pond.
Okay.
It's not gonna say commentary.
Yes.
It's just enough to keep the water out of their stalls.
Okay, that just as an aside, the pictures that start with PIC can't be opened. It appears to be an error, but the others appear to be opening. So we're going through the others.
Okay.
Okay.
TIC.
Yeah, there was a total of 28 files on the thumb drive. At least, yeah, JPEGs and stuff. So that looks like some RVs or trailers.
Oh, that's a thumb drive from earlier.
Sure looks like it. Hang on.
Let's say memory or something.
screenshots.
Yeah, Scott, this
I'm gonna
looks
pop
like
it out and
it's-
back in.
you can, or let's, maybe I pick,
All right, I'm gonna pop it back in and see if it loads something that you can see.
yeah, I just did recent files. I'm sorry, that was my mistake. There we go. There is a PDF which says photos.
Yes, there's photos in a document in that one.
Sorry?
There's some photos pasted into a document, into a PDF document.
Yeah, okay, that's some photos, and then there's another set of photos, okay. Okay, so that's just, these look like interior pictures in the house.
Okay, and those were probably should have been under, there was some file structure to that, that followed along with our written document. There would either be showing some of the damage from the foundation continuing to shift with the water under it, or just the kind of interior finishes, and that it's a very cheaply made house, like with homemade cabinets and formica and fiberglass shower insert, that kind of thing.
Okay, and let me ask, there was a folder that has what's called flood photos.
Yes.
Yes.
And in there are subfolders, May 21 flood and May 16 flood.
Correct.
Which unfortunately we can't consider for this appeal because it's after January 1st.
Okay, the reason I showed those is that is the flooding that goes through that property. That's when the floods happened, but I mean, obviously that things hadn't changed.
Okay, so it's more generic pictures, even though you took them in May.
Yes, it just happened to be coincidental when the floods happened, and it's trying to document what happens when it rains, and the bar ditch overflows.
Yeah.
That was the purpose of those photos. I do realize they're after the January 1st timeline, but that's the condition of the property when it was purchased. It just had been dry.
Okay, so we're just scrolling through them now. Give us a second.
And the main thing I wanted you to take away from that was the flooding is a direct result of the bar ditch being undersized for the retention pond that overflows from the barn LCC. And like I said, we've contacted the county engineer and are hoping they will, with the grant, we'll be able to resolve that problem, but it is what is causing the foundation to continue to shift of our house.
Is the house up pier and beam?
It is, and then the foundation estimates for repairs ran between 18 and 30 some $1,000, and it's quite honestly not even worth doing that right now because the water completely flows underneath the house.
Well, I gotta stop.
We stopped to look at the pictures.
Okay, when you guys bought the house, was there not like an inspection done that would have revealed that there's foundation issues to this extent?
It did reveal that there were some foundation issues, but it was not in any way that it was noted that it was a continuing problem, because there was no way for them to know that the whole property floods.
May 16th.
There's no way for the property owner to know that?
It was an inherited property and they did not disclose anything. And they said they did not have to disclose anything.
So are you having any kind of like warranty claims about this?
Our understanding was we could not have any claims because it was an inherited property. Our realtors told us that because it was inherited, they did not have to do a disclosure statement.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. So we're gonna we've seen the pictures. We're gonna let the district present their evidence now.
Okay.
Okay.
You set the value?
Yeah.
Okay. We set the value, 82.5.
82.5. Okay.
Mr. Buckmeyer,
Yes, sir.
the representative of the district has accepted your value of 82.5.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I gotta make it formal here. So
okay.
I move on case 2021-397 account number 28195. When looking at Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $138,130 down to $82,500.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Buckmeyer,
Yes, sir.
it's 82.5.
Thank you, sir. Is that, will I still be receiving something in the mail or anything with that, or there's a formal?
Yes, you'll receive a document in the mail that confirms the 82.5, and we'll also give you other information that you might want to use.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That seems odd about quoting here.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Talk to a lawyer about that.
You gonna check?
Yeah.
Maybe able to quick find it out, you know, it's just a snip test. This seemed to.
Yeah, oh, wait.
Nothing?
That's a Cracker Jack.
Okay.
That was a stroke.
Can I have a motion to
We'll
adjourn?
have to
I
see.
move that we adjourn today's meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are stand adjourned.
You guys are really fast at that.
Huh?
You guys are really fast.